Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the morning drive at Mira Business FM. Good morning. So Dubai Restaurant Week is getting an extended finish ahead of Eid al-Adha. More than 100 restaurants, I think 125 actually, across the city, offering special dining menus until the 31st of May. Alreem Al-Reda is from Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism, joins us on the line to talk about the campaign's success, maybe some standout dining trends, and what's next for Dubai's food scene. Alreem, good to have you on the show. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Tim. Good to be on the show. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. So let's start. What led to the decision to extend Dubai Restaurant Week through Eid?
It's the demand we saw, honestly. We got so much positive response from the people, but also from the restaurants. So we wanted to extend just to make sure people have more time and more opportunity to try out different restaurants, especially during that Eid break.
Okay, because I mean, it's an extended period coming up, isn't it? So I suppose people want to give things a go. It's been one of those times recently. It's lots of uncertainty. It's been difficult. People have been busy, of course. Give me an idea, if you would, maybe comparing to other years, maybe expectations. How successful has this year's edition been so far?
It's been very successful. Number one, in terms of, like I said, the people and what they're, the positive response we've gotten from the people, whether it's residents or tourists, but also to the participating restaurants. So restaurants have been very happy. They've gotten a lot of new footfall. So, we're just continuing to drive more spend and more footfall to these restaurants. So thankfully, over the past few years, Dubai Restaurant Week has continued to grow and continues to become better and better. And we've also seen that people use this time of the year to really try out new restaurants that they usually wouldn't have gone to throughout the year. So it's the perfect opportunity to do that. And I always say Dubai Restaurant Week is the perfect time because of the great value you get with some of these amazing restaurants. It really is the perfect time to try out new restaurants. So it's been great, and it's grown significantly over the years.
I mean, there are some really good lunch deals and dinner deals, all-inclusive deals available, and response from residents, from tourists, from business travelers, I guess.
100%, yeah. So basically, just to talk more about the deals, we have the lunch 2-course menu, which is at 125 dirhams, and then the dinner, which is 3 courses, which is at 250 dirhams, and we have some amazing restaurants part of it. So we have some premium casual to fine dining restaurants. We have an amazing mix of internationally acclaimed restaurants, but also homegrown restaurants as well. I think this year's lineup perfectly showcases diversity that we have here in the culinary scene in Dubai. Again, more than 120 restaurants that are part of this year's lineup. Exceptional value, amazing restaurants. So it's a great opportunity again.
It is. I mean, from your perspective, from the Department of Economy and Tourism perspective, Alreem, how important is Dubai Restaurant Week for supporting the hospitality sector? How do you guys view it in the department?
I mean, it's something that we continue to work on. We always need to ensure that we're supporting the F&B industry in any way that we can. So we have a full year-round program of just different campaigns and different events that we work on to make sure that we are driving spend and driving footfall to the restaurants in Dubai. It's very important because, of course, the culinary scene is a huge part of Dubai. The F&B scene is a huge part of Dubai, and by strengthening the F&B scene and by supporting these restaurants, we are ultimately strengthening the economy of Dubai. So it definitely is important, and it's important to also showcase the restaurants and showcase the amazing restaurants we have here, not only to the residents but also to tourists. We continually try to kind of position Dubai as a global culinary destination.
I mean, it is a global culinary destination. It really, we're at a point now, aren't we, where we have, I don't know, I think the last estimate was something like 200 nationalities living in Dubai. We've got a food scene that matches lots and lots, more and more, it seems almost every day, of like homegrown
Yeah.
concepts, lots of different things. And I guess it's really important to include, those kind of startup restaurants, the homegrown stuff as well.
100%. Again, this year's lineup is, I think, a perfect mix and a perfect balance of homegrown restaurants and international restaurants. It's important just to make sure that we give a good representation and to showcase the culinary scene in the right way. Of course, Dubai, continues to thrive as a city, or as a city that's known to be number one, a global hub. But also Dubai is a city that continues to nurture and to promote homegrown concepts as well. So it's important to showcase those two sides of Dubai as part of the Dubai Restaurant Week lineup. And when we look at homegrown restaurants, we've seen so many now have, expanded globally. A lot of them have gotten internationally recognized. So again, just showing how much Dubai continues to nurture such innovative F&B concepts, and also how much Dubai gives them that platform to continue thriving and to continue growing.
Yeah, we've moved from this kind of importing food concepts to exporting food concepts now, and that's a whole different topic actually. Maybe that's for another time. Do you think diners are looking for value at the moment? Do you think they're looking for the dining experience? What's your take on that?
I think it's both, but we've seen that people now more and more are starting to care about the experiential side of things. So people not only care about the dish that they're seeing in front of them, but also the experience that they get, the venue, the service. Also, people care a lot about the people behind the dishes. So who's the chef? What's the chef's inspiration behind creating a certain dish? What ingredients is the chef using? Is the chef combining different techniques? Is the chef combining different cultures? So people love to get that sort of storytelling approach to the dishes that they're eating, but also to get that chef interaction. So definitely experiential dining is something that we've seen start to rise, and I think will continue to rise over the next few years.
I mean, we're coming up to an extended holiday period for people. Obviously, it's a significant festival for people, Eid al-Adha. But how significant is it for restaurants? And I suppose the wider sort of visitor economy as well.
I mean, it's always important, especially during the Eid break. We get more and more tourists coming into Dubai. So I think that was one of the reasons as well why we decided to extend Dubai Restaurant Week, is to not only give people more time, but also give new people that chance to experience Dubai Restaurant Week. So it's been very important, and it's definitely a good call that we have extended it to now coincide with the Eid break.
Well, Dubai Restaurant Week's become kind of Dubai Restaurant 2 weeks, really, hasn't it? I mean, that's kind of
Yeah.
exciting. But we won't tell anybody. Which for you, and I'm kind of asking for your favourite here, and I know that's like trying to choose your favourite child, so maybe it's very difficult. But which dining areas or maybe restaurant trends have stood out or are standing out during the campaign, do you think?
I mean, I definitely have a lot of respect for the homegrown concepts that are starting to rise and are starting to grow. Just to give an example, we have Girl and the Goose as part of the Dubai Restaurant Week lineup. Girl and the Goose started off as a supper club in the chef's house. It got a lot of demand. It got a lot of positive responses from the residents of Dubai, and hence why now it's established as a restaurant and as a well-known restaurant even. So I think just seeing those success stories and seeing how homegrown restaurants in Dubai have now again are well known, not only within the city but also internationally, is something I love to see, and it's something I'll always continue to support and to vouch for.
I guess when you're looking at becoming a global food hub, a dining hub, foodie central, that really is, I think it's fair to say, that's happening in Dubai. You have to balance it, don't you, so that you have the real fine dining experiences, the really special experiences, and the more accessible dining experiences, or the food trucks, or the chain events, and that's a hard balance to negotiate, I suppose.
Yeah, so with whatever we do as part of DET, we ensure that we support all different categories of restaurants. So with Dubai Restaurant Week, this is more targeted at more, you can say, premium casual to fine dining restaurants. We have another campaign coming up during summer, which is going to be Summer Restaurant Week, part of Dubai Summer Surprises. So that's more targeted at casual, family-friendly restaurants and more lower price points. We also have 10 Dirham Dish, which is a campaign we run again during the summer for more hidden gems, more street food restaurants, restaurants at the malls. We have Ramadan Street Food Festival that we run during Ramadan, which targets, again, street food restaurants. So we've really made sure that as part of our year-round campaign, we have tapped into all of the different sectors and all the different categories of the restaurants.
Okay, so what, and again, I'm asking maybe for your favorite here, but what are some of the standout restaurants or experience that you should give a go before the 31st of May?
A very tough question for you to ask, but I think Zuma is a everyone's favorite.
Sure.
Zuma is definitely one. We have Roberto's, we have Gaia. Again, Girl and the Goose is one that I love as well. Chiknona, we have Bauli as well. So just so many restaurants, honestly, Tim. I can't pinpoint one, but so many restaurants. It all depends on your cuisine, your favorite cuisine, and what you want to try.
It does.
But there's so many. It's a huge lineup this year.
Yeah. Now, every interview has that difficult question where you're on the spot a bit, I think. But it's good that you're able to just rattle off a list of things that people should try. So there's choice. That's the key. What does the success of this campaign, Arim, say about Dubai's tourism and hospitality momentum right now?
I think it just shows how much Dubai continues to grow. Dubai is a city that continues to grow. Dubai is a city that continues to stay resilient, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the situations. So I think we've really seen that. Again, over the years, we've seen how much the numbers have grown, whether it's in the number of participating restaurants or the interest we get from the restaurants, or it's the number of people that we get and the number of customers that we get in these restaurants. So the fact that these numbers continually grow year on year just comes to show you how much Dubai as a whole is growing. The economy of the city is growing. Dubai continues to grow as just an overall, not gastronomy destination, but as a leading destination for number one, tourism, number two, investment, and number three, just for world-class dining experiences.
Final question for you. What's your message? What would you like to say to anybody listening or maybe watching this who still haven't booked a table?
Definitely book a table as soon as you can. It's a very easy process. Download Careem. It's all on the Careem app. So that's where you get to see all the participating venues. You can see all the menus, and that's where you can book as well. Again, so many restaurants. And I always say now is the perfect opportunity. If there's a restaurant that you've been wanting to try that you never got the chance to, now is the right time. And especially now with the Eid break, I think it's perfect. So definitely get booking.
All right. Arim Al Reda is from Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism. Dubai Restaurant Week is extended ahead of Eid al-Adha. There's more than 100 restaurants across the city offering special dining menus, and it's extended until the 31st of May. Arim, great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Appreciate it. Remember, we stream at Mira Business FM 24/7 on YouTube, TuneIn, Streamer, and many more. And you can stay updated with what's going on through mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM.
Morning drive at Mira Business FM, and we're going to talk adventure tourism now, which is a topic we don't really consider very much, and maybe not as much as we should. But before we meet our next guest, this morning's guest, here's the backstory. Now, a few weeks ago, a dramatic rescue on a mountain trail in Ras Al Khaimah in the Northern Emirates caught the attention of the nation in the UAE. Now, a hiker collapsed from severe exhaustion, and one guy thought, I'm not going to wait for the helicopters. He just picked him up and carried him back down, essentially across what was some pretty treacherous terrain. And it was an act of grit that catapulted adventure guide Faisal Shalmani into the national spotlight. He's a seasoned explorer, been doing this for, I believe, 15 years, and he's built one of the region's most resilient eco-tourism operations, I should say. He's the founder of AFT Adventures, and he's here. Faisal, known as Faizi, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you with us. First things first, I've got to ask you, how is the hiker doing?
She's doing well. She has recovered.
All okay?
She's perfectly fine now.
Severe exhaustion whilst hiking a fairly treacherous piece of terrain. What was it when you're there? What is it that kicks in with you? Is it just because you took the initiative immediately? Thought, no, I'm not going to wait. I'm just getting on with this.
Correct. So over the years, I've seen quite a lot of casualties and rescues taking place in the UAE.
Right.
I've been part of volunteering rescue team as well.
Uh-huh.
So knowing that the situation was getting worse, I had to do everything possible to save a life.
Yeah, and it just kicks in. It's just like military-grade survival instinct or
Correct.
something. Yeah. Look, I've got lots to talk to you about this morning. Safety and travel demand and regional tensions. I want to ask you, just back from Azerbaijan as well, I want to ask you about that. I'm curious, first of all, though, about what you did has become kind of viral. It's kind of legendary here in the UAE. I think for a lot of people, it made headlines. Has that changed the way people are hiking, the way they view safety? Do you think?
A little bit, yes. A lot of people are reaching out, and even under the posts that are going viral, people are talking about what time of the day to hike, talking about safety, what to carry. So yes, it definitely has changed people's idea of hiking in the UAE and in this kind of weather.
Okay, so tell me about was this the Stairway to Heaven trail?
That's correct.
Right, so this is, for anybody that doesn't know, this is a trail, there are a number of ways to hike it, I guess,
Correct.
but it's around about 20 kilometers, is that right?
Correct. So there are two parts of Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
One is known as the left bank, or sometimes people call it full loop.
Right.
And then there's the right bank, which is basically you go up from the right side of it and then come down the same way.
Okay.
So there's no loop. The left bank, it's permanently closed because when you go up, you're actually crossing into Oman's territory.
Right.
So because of being very close to the border and sometimes even into the other country, some parts of the trail,
Okay.
it's no longer legal to hike that. So right bank of Stairway to Heaven, that's where this incident happened.
And this is a reasonably advanced hiking trail, isn't it? You need to be experienced really to do this.
Correct. So back in the days when I was used to hike these trails like 15 years ago or 16 years ago, there was much less infrastructure there. So there was not enough stairs that have been cemented and much more stable. A few years ago, there has been development, so people thought that now it has become much more easier to do, although they do not consider the elevation gain, the height that you have to cover, that you have to cover to reach the top. So that aspect of it, it still remains the same.
Yeah, you think
It
this is just a hike out in the wilderness and it's all going to be fine, but it goes up, what, 1,800 meters or something?
It starts from around 150 meters above sea level, and it goes up to 1,450 meters. So you're covering around 1,300 meters of elevation gain.
Right. Okay. And I know that there have been some safety measures taken in the last few years. There are some rails that have been put in, that kind of thing. Yeah,
exactly.
That
has been there. So that kind of a little bit gives novice hikers a little bit of perception that this is well developed. There are huts, and it's not remote, but it is absolutely like the last end of the UAE. So it's very, very remote place.
Yeah, and it's in the Hajj Mountains, isn't it? And it is a long way from anywhere. And I guess when it starts to get hotter, it becomes even riskier as well.
That's very true, very true. In the UAE, the thing that every hiker must be aware of, it's about heat and hydration. So these two things make any hike, whether it is an easy one or a difficult one, these two aspects you must need to pay attention to.
Okay, so that's the backdrop to this whole kind of situation. Was there a point when you found the hiker, and this is a person who had, I guess, collapsed, was there a point where it really was, I mean, clearly it was critical, right? Yeah. You just looked at the situation and thought, I'm going to have to take this into my own hands. There's no waiting here.
Correct. Yeah. So there were two things. Once I came to know about the story or the history of the incident, like how many times she has already collapsed. So it has been going on since about 9 a.m. because this hiking group, they have started somewhere past midnight. And she was hiking for quite a long time, and she has been dehydrated. And then once the sun came out, she was exposed to the sun, and she collapsed a couple of times before when I reached. So when I reached and saw that she is, number one, she was unconscious. Number two, she was having seizures and no control of her speech, no control of her body movement.
Right.
So I checked her body temperature, and I saw that, okay, she stopped sweating. So going through several outdoor rescue and wilderness first aid trainings, I know that once your body has stopped sweating and your body temperature is not coming down, that means after the seizures, the only thing might happen is you might have a heat stroke, cardiac arrest. So that would have changed the whole thing. We did not have the defib, which is a machine to restart your heart and so on. So that was a very critical situation. Bringing her body temperature down was the top priority at that point. And that's what I did. I changed her. I asked the female members to change her trousers into spare shorts that I always carry in my backpack. So they changed it into that. And then I used the same bandana that I'm wearing now to make it wet with the colder water, and then sprayed over her. And if you have seen those videos, like I'm shaking this bandana, kind of making a spray of water over her to bring her body temperature down. So that's what I did.
Okay. So what did the experience teach you about emergency? Being prepared in emergencies. What did it bring home to you?
For me, it's teamwork. Always, it's a teamwork. Okay. Although it has been shown that I was the only person who was doing the rescue, but my team was constantly supporting me along the way. They were keeping me hydrated. They were pouring water on her head, collecting water from the mountains. There are two places where I knew that there is water available in the mountains, because the hike was supposed to finish at a certain time, and we ended up stretching it for over 3 to 4 extra hours. So we were also running out of resources. So we had to collect water. So everything combined, team was helping me. Plus my own hikers were handed over to my other guide. I was communicating with them, keeping them safe. So it was all a teamwork. Plus the preparation. You need to be prepared for such situations, staying calm, recognizing these things early. Everything was highlighted, not just to me, to the hikers that were in my team and to the hikers that were in the other team where the casualty happened.
You said something there that you asked the female members of the hiking party, if you like, to and gave them shorts that you carry that are spare to help bring the temperature down, the ladies' temperature down. Yeah. It's the little things like that, isn't it, that you're prepared to do that you've got to keep in mind that I wouldn't have necessarily thought of.
Absolutely. So very small things like carrying a duct tape in your backpack.
Yeah.
Some hikers, they are hiking and their shorts or trousers, they get ripped or their shoes break. So any small thing can prolong the duration of the hike. Yeah. And the longer you stay on the trail, the more resources you need. And the one resource that you run out of first is water. So very small things, they turn a hike into kind of a rescue or a challenge just by not having a small piece of care.
And it can happen just like that in a split second.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I suppose, we all think, we've got these devices, these mobile phones, and there's a torch on there. I'm a hiker now, but it's a bit more than that.
Exactly. And many times I tell even about the phone and the torch as well, that if you are scrambling, if you have to use your hand somewhere, you won't be holding phone light in your hand, and so have a headlamp.
Yeah, that makes, okay.
Keeps your hands free.
Yeah, I'm with you. So do you think operators generally, there are a number of companies that offer, outdoor adventures, hiking, things like that. Do you think there's more pressure now to improve safety standards, more awareness at least? Has this helped in that regard?
I think the travelers and hikers, they are demanding that now.
Right.
Because they are a little more aware of the consequences. So that naturally brings the operators to be more prepared. And I think yes, there is a little bit of I wouldn't say pressure, but they do require from the government side also. Now Fujairah is doing amazing things. They are creating kind of an environment where every mountain guide needs to be trained, prepared, licensed, insured, certified, all of that. And then right now they are only allowing licensed guides to take people into the mountains.
Okay. It's interesting. There's been such a boom in ecotourism and hiking and, all this kind of outdoor adventure stuff that people want to do. And I think there isn't a great deal of awareness of just how many parks there are, national parks, places, amazing places that you can go to. So this is a business for you, Faisal, of course. How have you felt the impact of regional tensions on bookings or maybe on traveller confidence? I know to an extent it's a little bit different for you, but how's it been in the last couple of months?
So people that travel from outside, they have been a little bit more cautious and they have changed their plans a little. That has made the impact. But internal tourism and demand internally, that is still as it was, or even I would say more. Because I
was going to say, is it stronger?
Yeah, it's stronger because people are
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They are no longer traveling outside as much. They are still, but not as much. So there is more demand. More people are asking about outdoor activities, outdoor experiences.
Yeah. So adventure tourism is kind of probably holding up fairly well at the moment. Is that a reasonable?
That's correct. Same happened during the COVID, and same is happening now. The tourism within the country and from nearby countries, it's still on and it's booming actually.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. What do you call the people that come and adventure with you? Are they clients? Are they travelers? I don't know what the word is.
So they are hikers.
Just
and
hikers,
and we say clients if it's
What are they most concerned about before they book?
Safety, for sure.
Yep.
And if the hike or the trail is most suitable for them. So the type of question we get is, I'm a first timer, what would you recommend? Or I want to do Stairway to Heaven, but I've never hiked. Yeah. So these kind of things people do ask, and I'm very glad that more and more people are asking that, not showing up unprepared. And that also has to do with the licensed guides and tourism companies who are putting kind of a questionnaire beforehand to the clients that you want to do this, but do you have this with you, and the experience and the gear that is required? If yes, then you fall into this category. If not, then we would recommend to start from something like Hatta. You go and do Hatta Wadi Hub kind of trail, or you go to Fujairah where there are nice wadis with flowing water. Instead of climbing up high, you just do a little bit of scenic adventure.
Stairway to Heaven is a fairly serious hike. You got to be quite experienced to do that. It's such a great name for a trail as well, by the way. I do like that. Do you look? I don't want to harp on about the rescue incident, but it's a very impressive thing that you did. It's obviously the right thing to do. But did the incident lead to more? And I don't mean this cynically, but has it led to more interested in guided hiking tours? Has it meant that for you as well?
Correct. We got a lot of feedback from people on Instagram, on different social media platforms, that companies, corporates, they are reaching out to us, and they are also asking, we wanted always to do this, but now that we know that it's a licensed, insured company, we would like to do. So there is more interest, more questions coming from the clients.
Okay. Just a reminder, if you're listening on the go, or if you're watching online, you can find Mira Business FM on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and this conversation will upload to YouTube, and it will be podcast as well. Faisal, the UAE's kind of mountain tourism boom, the adventure hiking boom, it's bigger than ever now. Lots of weekend warriors heading out to, I suppose, Jebel Jais or Wadi Shawka or places like that. But your rescue, I think, highlighted a blind spot that a lot of people underestimate the mountains. I think that's very clear. Yep. You're a professional guide. From your perspective, what's the line between a fun trek and potentially something a lot more serious, perhaps even life-threatening?
So in UAE, the infrastructure is really good. You can park, you can take your car all the way up to the top of Jebel Jais.
Right.
So and that is good, but at the same time, when people drive, or somebody who's a novice or who's a tourist who has come into the country, they drive and they park their car and they start hiking without preparation, without doing their homework. The infrastructure enables that possibility, but it also puts you in danger if you haven't done the homework. So preparation for any hike, even for a shorter hike, it's not like let's go hiking this morning, you decide, and the same morning you end up into the mountains and you start hiking. The preparation in UAE for hiking starts well before, even days before you go out hiking. I always say to my hikers, pre-hydrate. So the day before you start hydrating, so you don't show up dehydrated to start with. So that's the line. Do not take any hike kind of easy if you haven't planned it well before.
I mean, you've said a couple of things a number of times. Clearly, they're very important. Hydration is the number one thing.
Absolutely.
And that should go without saying. Clearly, it needs to be said. But the other thing is preparation. You've said that a couple of times as well. But it's not just preparation, i.e., I'm going to talk to Faisal, he knows his stuff. Yeah. You should be, doing your own preparation, whether that's reading a little bit about a particular hike, Stairway to Heaven, whatever it is, and understanding terrain, maybe talking to people that hike. It's not just, I'm going to book a tour and my guide will tell me everything. There's more.
Exactly. There is much more. So I would say knowing a couple of things about the hike, which I can underline.
Yes.
Number one, how much distance you are going to be covering. So if you're going 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer, are you able to walk under the exposed sun or in the exposed weather? Will you be able to do that? Now, top it up with the elevation gain, how high you will be going. So walking 20 kilometer on a flat surface is along Jumeirah Beach might be possible. But if you add in 1,000 meters of elevation gain, will you be able to do? Because if you calculate, 3 meters is about 1 flight of stairs.
Yeah.
So 300 meter is about 100 flights of stairs.
That's game changing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So you have to calculate, you have to think about, will I be able to do, and on top of it, carrying a heavy load of
Sure.
backpack.
Sure. In the heat.
In the heat.
Yeah.
If it's a 4-hour hike and the temperatures are close to 30 degrees Celsius, you should be carrying 4 liters of water. So 4 liter is 4 kilos of pack on your back.
Yeah.
So would you be able to do that? So all these small things, you need to do homework and you need to understand. And then the second important thing is, if you are going with friends, who is the lead among the friends? Or is it just that we will figure it out on the go? So you need to do your homework. It's your life. It's your safety. So don't rely on a friend of mine knows where he's taking me. You need to be doing your homework. And then even if it is a friend or a family member, you still need to have your own gear, your own amount of water, your own homework, plus leaving some information of where you will be starting, what time you will be starting your hike, and what time you will be finishing the hike. Leaving this information with a family member who knows what they will have to do if you don't call them back at the agreed time.
Yeah.
So that is very, very important. I go high altitude mountain, I train people, I do expeditions across the world, but I still do the same thing. I leave information of the start, finish, time, and the location to somebody who will come after me or who will inform the authorities if I go missing.
So this should be routine. It's routine for you.
Exactly.
Standard way that you do it.
Exactly.
And it should be, these are the things that we need to think about. So fail to plan, plan to fail, and all those
Exactly.
old adages, I know. When I was a kid, I did, for a few years running, I did a walk in Holland, right? And it's called the Vierdags, which is, it's 4 days, that's what it means. And you walk like a 4-leaf clover, like a loop, and you come back to the same town.
Right.
There's a town called Nijmegen. And you can do 30 kilometers a day, 40 kilometers a day, or 50. So I did 40 twice, and then I did the 50. It's about 10 hours walking.
Right.
And they told us that Holland was flat. Holland is famed for being flat. But around Nijmegen, it's not flat. So I can testify to have it. When you're going uphill walking, it's a whole different game.
It's a different game.
Yeah, it really is. What mistakes do hikers make in the heat? I mean, obviously hydration is a thing, but I was listening to you there, and I'm thinking, hat. Make sure you got a great hat. You got great shoes. Well, what do people get wrong?
So 2 things. Number 1, wearing the wrong colors and wrong clothing.
So lighter colors to reflect
Exactly.
heat. And
Exactly.
sun, right.
If you show up with wearing all black, it's going to absorb the heat. It's going to just kind of turn.
Not a great look for me hiking now.
Not to go hiking, but in the office with the AC, yes, it's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Wear light color clothing and not the clothing that is sticking to your body or that is not allowing any ventilation.
So cotton fabrics, lighter fabrics. What's the best?
I would say more than cotton, because cotton kind of gives you rash. If it gets wet, it gets heavier and it gives you a rash.
Okay.
So there is a lot of technology now. You have the quick dry sports material. Those kind of clothing, light color, cover your head. Also trousers. I've seen a lot of hikers wearing kind of yoga pants. They are sticking to your body. They are good within a facility that doesn't have those kind of temperatures. So wear loosely fitted clothing. Second thing they do is also expose their skin.
Right.
So I would say the best protection against the sun is not the chemicals that you rub on your body, it's the clothing that you can wear. You can cover up instead of exposing and then having to put on sunscreen all over your body.
I mean, lots of clothing is UV tested, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then on top of that, if you do not know what time to start, if you have started a hike, let's say 5 a.m. in this kind of weather, before the sunrise, you should be starting, and within the first 2 hours after the sunrise, you should be finishing your hike.
Right.
You should not be under the exposed sun. Then the direction of the sun at the location where you're hiking, that's also very important. I haven't seen even the guides paying attention to this, that if you are hiking in the morning, the sun is coming from the east, you should be hiking on the west side of the mountain where the shadow is there, where the sun is not going to rise up until probably 10 a.m.
Right.
So it's the opposite when it is in the afternoon. So you should be hiking on the east side where more sun is going to be. The mountain will be providing you shade. So these are a couple of things that hikers don't pay attention, but we guide, we need to calculate everything when we are choosing a trail.
Okay. Well, it makes sense. I mean, there's so much to consider. And I guess it's not always high temperatures that are the problem as well. I mean, I think we often forget that in winter here, in the Hajar Mountains, there is often snow, it is often cold, and that's the other side, isn't it?
Exactly. So I've been lucky enough to hike in snow in the UAE in 2017 and 2020. Both times, the mountain completely changes and it looks like some other parts of the world. So yes, you're right. There is other side of the temperatures and the weather also. Hypothermia, which is the condition when you are exposed to the cold temperature, it doesn't happen in negative temperatures. It does happen between the single digits positive temperatures. So maybe 5, 6, 7 degrees Celsius, you can get hypothermia. So you need to be prepared if you are hiking within, let's say, November to February months, you need to be prepared against the cold as well. The higher you are, the cooler it is. About 150 meters above sea level, each 150 meter above sea level, 1 degree Celsius temperature drops. So imagine if you are at 1,500 meters on Jebel Jais, you are expecting, the temperature to be about 10 degrees cooler than what it is at sea level. So in winter, we get temperature on sea level somewhere around 11, 12, 13 degrees Celsius. So up there, it's going to be in single digit. You need to be prepared for that as well.
Yeah, from a clothing perspective and mentally prepared
as well,
for that change as well, because we're so used to, things being hot all the time.
And then there is wind, there is also rain, there are flash floods. So all sort of things that can happen in the mountains, you need to be prepared for. And when we check weather forecast, most of the time we see that, how is the temperature in Ras Al Khaimah or in Fujairah? But the mountains, they have their own weather pattern. You cannot predict that. Many times we go in the mountain and the weather app says no rain, but you end up having rain. So you need to be aware of the surroundings. You shouldn't be in a canyon when you see any clouds around. So all these things.
That's huge. Do you think the industry needs to shift towards mandatory certified guides for these high-risk trails? I mean, there's lots of social media hiking groups. It's like, hi, we're going to go and do this weekend. Is that something that we should be watching?
So in a few years back, Ras Al Khaimah came up with this requirement that every guided hike must be led by a certified guide, and they started to certify guides and train guides. I was thankfully the first person to get certified in Ras Al Khaimah, but that slowed down. For some reason, it slowed down. There is not enough check and balance at the moment. But again, it's a developing industry. UAE, if we compare to other parts of the world, it's a very new kind of industry in the UAE, mountain adventure tourism.
Yeah.
In the Alps, in the Andes, in other Himalayas, it has been there for centuries.
Sure.
But here, it kind of picked up right after COVID. So for that reason, it's still developing. And now Fujairah government is doing amazing job. They are coming up with these regulations, which we want more and more to see, so that we don't want hikers to just be limited to guided group hikes. That's also not something we want. We want people to have freedom to go and explore by themselves as well. Because if I'm putting up an event on a Friday or a Saturday, it might not align with someone's availability.
Sure.
So they might want to go maybe on a Monday. So my suggestion, even in the government gatherings, was that we can come up with something of a one-day course for every individual. Just like if you go scuba diving, you just don't borrow a oxygen cylinder and you don't just dive in. You need to do a PADI course to do that.
Sure.
So similar, you can do, it's not the same kind of environment, but still it puts a lot of risk if you are not aware of things. So maybe a one-day course where you get to know about flora and fauna, the terrain features, what rock is good to hike on, all the safety aspects, plus you can do a half day of first aid training, a wilderness first aid training. What to carry in terms of when you are hiking by yourself or with your friends. So if everybody has that kind of one-day certification, they get a card or they get some sort of permission to go and explore by themselves as well.
That makes sense. I'll take you back there. What should you carry if you are going to go out hiking with your friends?
So if you go online on social media or on Google or ChatGPT, most of the time it comes up with the lists that are meant for other parts of the world.
Yeah.
But in UAE, number one thing is water. You must be carrying. Even if I don't see anyone carrying a hiking backpack, they need to somehow carry that amount of water with them. That's the most important thing.
And you said earlier, 4-hour hike, 4 liters.
Exactly. If the temperatures are between 30 and 35 degrees Celsius,
Right.
I would say 1 hour of hike requires 1 liter of water.
Right.
And if we are talking about winter, then you can do half a liter per hour of hike. So if it is 4-hour hike, 2 hours of hot water is more than enough.
Okay.
And that's also important, that it's not just hydration. You might end up having a cut or a scrape from a rock or from a plant. You might have to wash that. You might have to just pour it on your head to cool yourself down. So it's not just hydration, but many other things that you can use the water for. Then, as I said, the clothing, that includes a hat, then a headlamp. People think that everything will go as planned. Many times it doesn't happen. So you might end up having to hike during the dark. So you need to have a headlamp that, and then navigation. So if you are not 100% sure about the trail, then what are the modes of navigation you will be using? Do not only rely on mobile apps. There is Wikilog or Gaia or Maps.me. There are many applications, but your phone can die. Your phone can break even. Like if it falls out of your pocket and the screen is broken, you won't be able to see the map that you are relying on. So you need to either know 100% of the trail by heart, and also have the map on your phone. Or if these two things are not there, then you should be with a certified guide who knows the trail instead of just wandering by yourself.
Yeah, I think the skill of navigating by where the position of the sun or navigating with a compass, those are not skills that we possess anymore?
Unfortunately,
Are they?
not anymore. We do organize some trainings where we train people to do that as well. But in the UAE, we do not have those sort of maps publicly available where you can just look at topographic terrain and then you can figure out your way through it. Those are not publicly available. But in other parts of the world, you have maps where everything is written and mentioned. So you can train using a compass, using like the natural navigation mods, and then you can be safe using that.
Can I ask you a little bit more about your back to your business, really, Faisal? The broader sort of macro picture hasn't been what we'd hoped for 2026. Geopolitical tensions, shipping tensions, etc. For a business like yours, you rely on cross-border travel, you rely on open skies. How did you insulate your operations? How do you keep consumer confidence high when news headlines are volatile? Because there's so much in your business that you have to think about this, you've got to think about this, you've got to think about this, you've got to be prepared for this. Plus, you have this other spectre looming over you of, the situation in the region.
So I always say that mountains are home. Nature connection is important, whether there are political tensions going on or any uncertainty is going on. You still need to connect with nature. So that is the focus which we emphasize even more during something of a sort that is happening now.
Yeah.
So we say connect with nature. It calms you down and you come back to kind of basics. You do not require a luxury all the time. You can divert your attention toward connection with nature and how much beauty you have out there. It calms people down. We have seen, we have experienced. I'm a big advocate of being outdoors instead of being in the malls. So that's the kind of side where I focus on, and people tend to enjoy and understand also.
You're in the right job, obviously. You're just back from Azerbaijan.
Correct.
Right. So you were leading a tour through some pretty rugged terrain in Azerbaijan. We're now seeing travelers in the UAE move from the luxury stuff to kind of high-intensity active travel. What is it about the things that you do, the things that you offer, the vacations, the holidays that you offer compared to, the lying on the beach holidays that we all used to love? What's been the change?
So since the COVID time, there has been a shift in people wanted to have not just a trip, but an experience.
Right.
Where people want to connect with locals, want to see how things happen in the remote villages, want to see the wildlife and the flora and fauna of different places. It's not only about like, I want to go and lie on a beach or be in a 5-star hotel and so on. So it's more about these small things that create an experience and also leave kind of memories that will stay with you forever. So that's where active tourism or active adventure tourism comes in. That's what we do. We take people to nearby countries where things are not as developed yet, out in the wild. Like you go into the city and Baku in Azerbaijan, it looks like a mini Dubai. But the moment you leave, within 2 hours of drive, you will end up in a place that is completely untouched. And the number of flowers that you're gonna see, it's uncountable. The kind of people that you're gonna meet and the kind of food that you're gonna eat, their lifestyle, you will be, I was there last year backpacking. And this year I took a team of hikers with me. When I was backpacking, I camped at a location and I was woken up by cows trying to chew on my tent. And they're So these kind of experiences, they stay with you forever, and that's what people want more and more.
Do you think you're seeing travelers choosing more active vacation stuff, I don't know, mountain escapes over, the city breaks? Are we starting to see that?
Yes, it has been shifting quite a lot. If we just look at within the country, that tells us what people would do when they go outside also. Now, within the country also, you see more shift. People want to go out. I haven't seen these many numbers of hikers in the mountains before the COVID time. I have seen there were merely about 2 or 3 licensed companies that were there, or 4 or 5 total groups that were there that were used to take people to the mountains, but now we have in hundreds. So all that shift means people want to connect with nature and get an escape from what we call the concrete jungle. They want to go and touch some grass.
It is more and more you're seeing people get away from the usual stuff that
Absolutely.
you do. Here in the UAE, we live in a big city. It has everything. It's great, but there are times when you think, I don't want that.
If everything is aligned, if everything is like scheduled, people don't want to do that. More and more people are wanting to do things that are not part of a schedule, not part of a daily routine. They want to go away from that routine, and we're loving this, that people are experiencing what we have been trying to put out for several years.
What's next for you? What's the outlook for adventure tourism here in the UAE? What are you going to be doing next? What are you going to be adding, do you think?
So during the summertime, we have Jabal Jais, where there is higher altitude, we can say, cooler temperature. Then we have the wadis in Fujairah, which have water and streams. We do that. We do night hikes. We do early morning hikes. So that's the local part of it. And then we have the neighboring countries like Saudi Arabia and Oman, where there are mountains up to 3,000 meters above sea level, and the temperatures are much cooler. Then you have the Kharif season coming in Salalah, where we go for the monsoon. It's 45 degrees at the sea level, but you enter Salalah and the temperature is 20 degrees or early 20 degrees Celsius. It's completely different world. So these are some things that we do in summer, and then on top of it, we do international expeditions. And UAE being in a perfect location where you can travel within 2 to 3 hours into the highest mountains in the world. You can go to Nepal, you can go to Pakistan, you can go on the other side, you can go to Georgia and Azerbaijan and Kyrgyzstan. So all these mountains are, many of these mountains are unexplored. So you have got, in summer, if you want to escape, these are the things we offer, and also you can plan by yourself.
It's been good to talk to you today, Faisal. The world needs a few more people like you in it, I think. Faisal Shamani is the founder of AFT Adventures. Thanks for your bravery and for your insights in the studio today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And
Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to put out the message that you need to be prepared. You need to take mountains a little bit more seriously. And that's how you stay safe and you just enjoy the mountains. You don't just survive mountains.
It's been good having you here. Don't forget, you can find short clips of our interviews like this one and the full-length video on YouTube, but the short clips on Instagram. So make sure to check those out. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. So the UAE startup economy now growing very rapidly. Universities are increasingly becoming launch pads for young entrepreneurs. Higher education isn't just about handing out degrees. Academic institutions are becoming launch pads, as I say, from tailored mentorship to, and cross-border networking as well, to fully integrated incubators. Universities are reshaping how students, I think, scale into viable take their ideas and scale them into viable job-creating businesses. So we wanted to discuss this with Anna Shibstad, who is the Head of Executive Education and Commercial Engagement at Heriot-Watt University. She's based here in Dubai. Good to have you here, Anna. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, team. Lovely to meet you and lovely to be here. We had amazing conversations already.
Well, we have actually. Maybe best stick with the student stuff right now. But there you are. Look, when we think about the UAE startup economy right now, I immediately go to the DIFC Innovation Hub. I think of Hub 71. I think of venture capital injections into businesses. But there's kind of a transformation happening much earlier on university campuses, I think it's fair to say, because there is so much emphasis on entrepreneurship, right? It's becoming increasingly attractive to Gen Z and young professionals here in the UAE. Am I reading this right? Is that a fair thing to say?
Absolutely. And I think entrepreneurship is really becoming very attractive for Generation Z because they are very much motivated by flexibility, impact that they're creating, and as well, of course, purpose rather than just a traditional job security in this day and age. So many young people, they want to build something meaningful, or they want to at least work in an environment where they can innovate and contribute meaningfully to the economy, to the community they're part of. And as you rightfully said, in the UAE specifically, but I would say also in a wider GCC region, we can see a very clear shift. It's very visible that the ecosystem is very much supported for entrepreneurs. So there is a very strong government backup. There are access to funding available, and there is a very visible culture. We can see it. I think every single listener would see it in the country.
I mean, that's how I see it, and that's certainly how it's pitched to us, I think. When we've all heard about student startups before, but the scale feels a little bit different now. Do you think universities are kind of consciously stepping in to bridge that gap between, the academic theory and the market entry, the real world stuff? Which seems like an evolution beyond like the traditional education models. There's been a switch.
Absolutely, there is a transformation. And just to add, we don't only have Generation Z, we also have Generation Alpha. And their eldest members are now 16 years of age. So they're teenagers. True. And there is a term that I read in one survey. It's called now kidpreneurship economy, from the word kid. So their entrepreneurial journey is actually very different because they have access to mobile phones. They don't require big capital. They can just access from their phone. They can monetize very niche communities rather than just large target markets. And they see it as a side thing that they're doing. So it's a basically default mindset of this generation. Now, going back to what you said about universities and how this transformation happens, universities were usually delivering degrees and knowledge. Now, in today's day and age, they are becoming actually an ecosystem. So university is an ecosystem where entrepreneurial ideas are encouraged, tested, launched. So, for example, universities such as Heriot-Watt in Dubai, we are embedding entrepreneurial journey into student experience. How we do it? We do it via Global Business Incubator, which we launched in 2022, via industry engagement, and via applied learning. So students are not just encouraged to learn theory, but they actually are encouraged to solve real-world problems and to develop commercial solutions, where we as well help them as a university. So I would also say that university provides a very safe environment when you want to experiment with your idea, when you don't have enough business experience yet.
Sure.
So students really benefit from guidance, from mentorship, from our, in particular for Heriot-Watt University, state-of-the-art infrastructure. And basically, we are, as a university, bridging this gap between the education and employment.
Okay, so let's talk about the mechanics of the change. So 4 years ago, you launched the incubator, 2022? I think you said.
2022.
Okay. So historically, what happened was a student would have a bright idea and they would either wait until graduation or they would drop out and do it. I'm thinking of the Steve Jobs of this world. That was kind of how it was,
Yes.
right? So today, you offer like a structured kind of practical support for that. What role does what are the details of what the EBS Global Incubator plays in supporting entrepreneurs and startups? What does it look like in practice?
Absolutely. So EBS Global Incubator, so
Yeah.
just for listeners' understanding, it's part of Heriot-Watt University Dubai. And it plays a critical role where we, early stage entrepreneurs, they're being supported, they have strong ideas, but usually, as you can imagine, they lack the structure, they lack the experience, as I mentioned, and they lack the access to networks. So what we offer is a 4 months, very structured journey where the founders take their idea from the very early stage.
Right.
They are validated, and then we bring them to investor-ready stage. So the program includes helping to refine their business model, work on their pitch. Sometimes we had things where with the first pitch, you actually had to change it completely because they realized how unsustainable the first pitch was. So this is all work in progress. So we test their assumptions. We built very early prototypes. And we also understand their target market. Because when I, for example, mentored last year, we realized the target market for a startup that I mentored at the end was completely different. But you need to go through the business incubator to understand it and to refine your idea.
Okay.
So in summary, all our participants, they benefit from also global research alignment. We have zero equity model. And also, of course, technical validation is what we can offer.
So what kinds of things you were mentoring? Can you talk about some of the things that you've mentored, or some of the ideas that have sprung out of Heriot-Watt?
I was a mentor of a absolutely fantastic student of Heriot-Watt, Veronica Kim. Greetings to Veronica.
Okay.
We worked on her idea, which she successfully launched, and it's a global application for women. So I won't go too much into detail, but definitely one of the success stories.
Okay.
And I think mentorship is a critical part of what Heriot-Watt is offering to students who want to become entrepreneurs.
Sure.
And mentors come from industry, mentors come from academic faculty who are also industry experts. So I think the amount of support that entrepreneur today is receiving from the university infrastructure is absolutely incredible. And I always say our students are very lucky to be part of that ecosystem. And also peer community.
Do you know what? I think you're in a very fortunate position if you're here as well, because there's an alignment with the UAE national agenda, which is the knowledge-based economy. We had to foster that. The idea is to double the number of startups. I think it's in the next 5 years. It's by 2031. But there's also this kind of, I don't know how to put this into words. We talk about this a lot, and it's almost an ethereal, untouchable thing, but there's a can-do mentality in Dubai. You're encouraged, I think, to do that, to be better here as well. And there's a lot of assistance around.
Absolutely. You have to have can-do attitude, whether you're in a startup, whether you're in a corporate environment. That attitude changes everything. This is a path to success. You can always gain skills, but that attitude that you can do it, that you're street smart, that is absolutely a must in today's world.
Yeah. Do you think, and I'm looking at my own experience here, if I'm really honest with you, I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. If I'm really honest with you, kind of thing. And that was very much when I was finishing school. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I kind of meandered in a direction. Do you think more students entering university now with very specific business ideas in mind, with a real direction of this is where I want to get to. Is that happening?
I think they do. When I observe Generation Z and Generation Alpha, who are now teenagers and very soon entering universities, they do come with very specific ideas, great ideas. They're very astute. They know what they want. But I think, as I mentioned, it's a journey. Right. You need to go through certain paths to refine your idea, to make it commercially viable. Not just to have a brilliant idea is not enough. You need to have a proper execution.
Sure.
And this is where I think universities, with mentors and academic leadership, really play a critical role.
So you need to get to the point where, and these are, I think, two of the biggest hurdles, access to early stage capital once you've refined the idea and you think, I'm going to move ahead with this. And then, understanding compliance, the things that you need to have in place, whether it's a license, whether it's corporate tax, whatever it is. How do you bridge that gap through industry partnerships? Do you have corporate sponsors, or is venture capital looking at student talent? How does that fall into place?
I think it will depend on different university and business schools, because every business incubator is at a different stage.
Yeah.
So for us, it's critical to bring our students with their entrepreneurial ideas, but overall, actually, all students in front of decision makers, industry experts. So as a university, we regularly invite CEOs and high-level experts to speak in front of them. So they have truly access to them, where they can ask them questions about their success stories, about the industry path, and simply to understand what a successful person can bring. So, as I mentioned, this is done via industry engagement. But more specifically for business incubator, we have very special support for them from mentors, from academics, and we try to place them whenever possible to funders, to those who can sponsor their ideas.
Okay. What do you think the biggest challenges are for young leaders, typically the things that they face in the early stages?
Great question. Typically, they face all very similar challenges. I would say, first of all, they need to validate, is their idea viable at all? They need to understand how to build a successful business model, how to build strategy, marketing plan, and often just to know where to start. Because I think you would agree that the most important and difficult thing is to start something.
Yeah, I mean, the best time to start something is now.
Now, exactly. So they start, and that's where university, such as Harriet-Watt, supports them. And there's another challenge which I think is very important. It's also about the confidence. So usually first-time founders, they are not quite sure about the concept and concept to execution stage. So with Incubator, we provide this very structured environment, and very importantly, the peer community. Because you don't want to work in isolation. You want to have similar-minded people, also founders of other startups, and learn from them. This is another benefit of incubators. So we basically break the entire journey into steps. We validate the idea, we do the market research, we prototype, and do the pitches. And of course, providing access to all these tools to make the experience less overwhelming. I think that is very important for first-time founders.
I think that's key, isn't it? To keep clarity, because, when you're younger, life presents a challenge. I was very much a person, I'd be like, I'll deal with that next week, and I put things off. And it took me years to learn, just deal with it. Jump over it, go through the hoops, whatever it is you need to do. I think that's much harder when you're younger. So mentorship and those industry connections are really, really important in a startup, aren't they?
I would say they're critical.
Yeah.
Because you can't do anything on your own. No matter which environment you work, again, startup, corporate, big organization, you cannot do anything in isolation. There's always going to be a team around you. And this is what we also try to explain to our students, because you can have a brilliant idea, you can be a very strong personality, but there are people around you, and you need to understand how to work with them, learn from them.
Well, that's another side, learning how to work with people.
Super important.
That's something that has to come. And I guess if you're a young leader with a great idea, you're going to have people working for you. You've never bossed anybody around. You may have to talk to people a lot older than you and tell them what to do with your great idea. There's so many things tied up with this. Just a reminder, all of our previous interviews are available through mirabusiness.fm. What kinds of startup trends, Anna, or industries are emerging at the moment with young entrepreneurs? Are you seeing anything, any kind of specific direction? I mean, I'm thinking everything's AI now, so I suppose that's something, tech, obviously.
I was just about to say,
I kind of thought, yeah.
most of applications that we see is with AI, and there are so many dimensions of AI. So I'm not surprised that this is, where economy is going as well.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, the answer would be AI.
Do you think that the UAE is in a position where it is, this is obviously where you're based, where you're mentoring people, where you're developing people, if you like. Do you think the UAE has a particular advantage in terms of its mentality? Is it a great place, a regional hub for startups? Do you see it that way?
I believe that's the best place, because UAE, for many years now, positioned itself very strategically, being one of the region's leading innovative economies, basically an innovation hub. So how it was achieved? It was achieved through very supportive regulations. Digital infrastructure is there. There is, very importantly, global connectivity, and of course, pro-business policies. So specifically Dubai and Abu Dhabi, they have world-class infrastructure. They have very friendly investor regulations. And very importantly, we have very international talent pool here. Thus, we have so many ideas and so many applications every single year. So this year, we're opening, for example, cohort number 7 for Heriot-Watt.
Number 7?
Number 7,
okay.
Exactly. And last year, we received about 120 applications. So I think you can see how excited everybody is about being here in the UAE. And of course, there are numerous accelerators. Yeah. There are numerous free zones. Yeah. There are lots of funding initiatives, access to all different regional and global markets. So I wouldn't see any reason why an entrepreneur or first-time founder would not want to be here. And of course, as you might know, UAE is also very highly ranked in Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. I think it was ranked number 1 globally in 2024-2025 report.
I didn't know that, but I'm not
Yes.
surprised by that, to be honest with you. So you had 120 applications last year.
Yes.
What do you expect this year?
I would expect maybe the same or more.
Yeah.
Because again, if we look at young people, everybody has such an amazing access to internet, to all the AI tools, and the world is their oyster. So especially here in the UAE, I would think it would only grow.
You oversee adult education, executive education as well, don't you?
Yes.
At Heriot-Watt. So you see the market from both ends. You've got corporate veterans upskilling, I guess.
Yes.
You've got Gen Z students disrupting, Gen Alpha students disrupting, apparently. The 16-year-olds coming in as well. So we've got this huge, rapid rise in automation, AI. Fractional employment is a phrase that we'll hear regularly.
Sure.
How has the definition of employability changed, do you think? Is entrepreneurship training now mandatory, even for students that are maybe going to go in a standard corporate direction? Is that part of a new mindset?
I think that's a really good question, because ultimately the entrepreneurial thinking is not just for startups or entrepreneurs.
Exactly. Yeah.
What does it mean? You need to identify opportunities and ideas. You need to be able to solve problems in a creative way. You need to be very agile. You need to adapt to change. That is not just for entrepreneurs. That is actually life skills, and even for corporates, it's valuable across every industry, not just within startups. So employers are also increasingly value people who can think independently, who can come up with ideas, who can create and follow through business plan. So everything that we see in corporate culture, right? So no matter where you go, you actually have to be an entrepreneur. From my personal experience, from my 20 years journey in corporate environment, I can very much say and confirm that throughout my career, I had to be highly entrepreneurial. So, for example, if I was tasked to open a new branch of an existing AQ for a global expansion, I had to literally start up the office, create a team, think of how we're going to position ourselves, and make it commercially viable. Everything what an entrepreneur would do, but within corporate environment. So basically, you end up doing what founders do. You go through the same path. So I think entrepreneurship is basically a mindset, and especially in an uncertain times and times of change, this is critical. No matter which pathway our students take, we highly encourage this very creative entrepreneurial thinking.
And the thing is, it's critical because, as you say there, okay, so you're tasked with opening a branch somewhere, and there's your office, so you just got to bring people in and get everybody settled, then you manage them, and it's all fine. But that's not what it is. It may be that, I don't know, you have a flood and you have to deal with, I don't know, a flooded building. You've got an outage in electricity. There are all these other things that can happen because life gets in the way, right?
Yes.
And, you have to be able to adapt. Getting that across is the key to this. These are the very basic skills I get. I imagine that students have to learn the problem-solving skills, to get that thinking going. Plus, they have to manage and own a business as well.
Exactly. And yeah, it's a life skill.
Yeah. How closely do you work with industry to prepare students for the future economy? What kinds of things do you do with industry?
So it's more with executive education in this case, but of course, via business incubator, we heavily interact with industry to mentor, to find potentially sponsors, to bring students, on a platform where they can have access to all the opportunities. We work closely with industry, with both private and public sector. Again, I think this industry engagement comes across the entire university, be it career services, be it executive education training, bespoke programs, be it business incubator. I would say every day we connect with industry as the university as a whole, but it just from various departments and parts of the university.
Is there kind of a, people have been at university and they learned from people at university. Is there an element of people looking to, actively trying to help out because they want to pay it forward or pay the university back? Is there that kind of thing? When you call somebody and say, look, I'm looking for a mentor for X, are people generally like, oh, I'd love to do that. That's an opportunity. I want to give something back?
We see that, absolutely.
Yeah,
we see that with our alumni.
Yeah.
Because as you said, they're happy to give back because they got something very important from university. Now they want to give back. But we also see our industry partners when we do maybe other projects with them, but they say, look, we have this amazing opportunity if you would like to be a mentor. Usually 99% would hear, yes, I have time, I would love to. So I think everybody is encouraged to support young generation, be it industry partner or alumni. We always reach out, and in most cases, we have such an amazing support. And I think, as you said, this is also what UAE is about. You can easily reach out and
I think that's
support.
important. I think that's important to
Yeah.
remember, because I feel like that's a mentality here. I think there's particularly now, at a time like now when things are uncertain and, there are other things affecting us, I think people come together a little bit more. And, the older you get, the more you think, that was me not that long ago. I start to think that all the time.
Yeah.
When you're talking to students and you're looking at ideas and looking at the kinds of students that you think, I could see those two starting a business together. I could see him or her doing that.
Mm-hmm.
What advice do you give to young people at the university, or just generally, if they're thinking, I'm going to launch a startup, I'm going to do this, this is where I'm going to go? What do you say to them?
We tell them, come to EBS Global Business Incubator.
Right, okay, there's the plug. Fantastic.
Yes, I say it everywhere I go. If we have any other session with, maybe CEO of one company where our students attend, I say, by the way, please reach out to join us in Global Business Incubator.
Yeah.
I think it's just making them aware that this exists, that we're there to support them, and I hope this encourages them. Yeah.
Okay. It's been interesting, actually. So it's like the university campus isn't really the step to the corporate ladder, is it? It's kind of the ground floor of a new economy. This is where things are beginning now, and that's a change.
Yes, it's a huge change, and I'm sure you would think of when we studied, that was completely different, Now we give so much to our students to support them. And I think, as you said, so we're moving from education for employment to education for innovation and enterprise. Okay. So not just traditional degrees, but actually your path to become entrepreneur, innovator, and someone who so basically we don't just produce the graduates, but we create founders and innovators who can bring benefits to the economy, who can shape the economy. And I think that is very important shift.
And who also graduate as well. So,
graduate and you develop your business idea.
Yeah.
As I say, our students are very lucky, and students in general in this country who are very much encouraged to be part of the innovation ecosystem.
Yeah. And I think you can't emphasize that enough. I appreciate that you think that I studied. My particular thing was being really good at not studying. I've got to be honest. But it's been good to have you here. Anna Shepstad is the head of executive education and commercial engagement at Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It was an amazing conversation. Thank you, Tim.
This is The Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. April 2026 was a pivotal month for MENA startups. We saw, here are the figures, 211% in terms of a rebound in funding. So that was, I think, $150 million. Now, while fintech and B2B models took the lion's share of that capital, one UAE-based founder is proving that the human economy is just as scalable. And we want to speak with somebody who's built in I think conservative market is the best way to say it, competing against global giants, a community-driven dating and social platform, and secured nearly $750,000 worth of funding along the way. So on Scale or Fail today, Christiana Maction is the founder and CEO of Maction. So good you named your company after yourself.
Honestly, yes. And when you actually look at it, right, I always say it's Maction taking action. And on our platform, daters are actually taking action, doing the act of dating in order to become a better picker of a partner.
So I like the sound of it. So good morning to you. $750,000 in funding and a curated community later. You are disrupting swipe culture, I think.
Definitely. I think everybody wants that disrupted. No? So much wasted time swiping, messaging. And right now, the stats show that 77% of online daters don't go on in-person dates. How are you supposed to find success if you're not meeting people?
Well, this is the thing. When you think that online, look, I haven't used these dates. I've been married far too long, since I think Victorian times. But I have friends who do use these things, and it's quite amusing, the swiping thing to me. But I'm not involved in it in that way. So it does need some disruption. And I think if you can bring people together, then that's obviously the aim, isn't it? It's making it work. Action, all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is my second business in the relationship space. So I learned so much as a matchmaker. And the clients who do the act of dating find success. So that's what we're pushing you towards, expediting that process.
Okay, so let's just take a step back for a moment, right? You were I read a little bit about you. You were at Notre Dame, is that right?
Correct, Notre Dame, and I was a springboard diver.
I know, and that's, well, so you went from springboard diver to education to tech CEO, matchmaker. It's not an average career path, Christiana.
It is not. I always say I feel like I've lived 8 lives, and hopefully I'm not a cat and only have 1 left.
Let's not put that to the test this morning, though.
Let's not.
So look, the crux of this is more than $150 million raised by Mina startups in April, right? It's a good number. You're part of this scene, I suppose, in a way.
We are.
What are investors looking for at the moment? Your experience?
Yeah, so it's actually quite interesting what I've experienced. So I've been in the tech game now for 2 years, and I have learned so much in my first 2 years. We're actually relaunching the product because of all of the learnings that I found back in December. We actually were turning into every other dating app, optimizing for swiping and matches. I scrapped my entire team. I ended up taking on a new team who has already built 1 unicorn together, and they've decided, the 3 of them, to come to Maction and help build us into a unicorn. And what I really learned along this journey is I used to be a solo founder, and I used to think I can do it all by myself. But now I see the value of a team and actually having experts on board who not only know what they've done, but also have done it before. And they can replicate the model, turn what we're building into something that's actually scalable. I think before, when I was fundraising, I was going to angels, friends and family, scraping up little checks here and there, compiling it up into 750. And now we're at a point where we are a company that has a clear path to 100 million. So we have our launch coming up. We are starting our investor talks for our seed round now, not asking for money, but just kind of like tapping on the window saying, hey, watch us, our launch is coming. And when we reach these numbers, you can come knocking on our door when it's time to raise.
Feel free, the tables will turn.
Yes, yes.
But what was it? Why did you think to yourself, there's room for another dating app, there's room for another social app, and there's room to do it here? Because that's counterintuitive to me.
Yeah.
But I guess is that the reason?
Well, because I had found so much success as a matchmaker to the world's 1%. I've been doing it for nearly a decade now.
Right.
But what I realized was that I was finding connection for people, but for only a small number of people. And I actually had a client, super success story. First person I put him on a date with, they're married, having babies in Europe now. He worked in tech. And he told me, what you do is magic, but it's not scalable. And the part that he said that he loved about the matchmaking was not only the vetting of his potential candidates, but all of the logistics that went behind it. Okay. Booking the car, booking the date, getting the feedback afterwards. And he literally said, you take that component, you scale that, you have $1 billion business.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're much more involved in the mechanics of the whole...
Correct, yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so what Maction does is it expedites the process of getting you on a first date. So instead of you swiping through profiles, instead you're actually looking at opportunities to meet. I call it a dating marketplace, where all you see is hey, I like coffee dates on Sunday morning. Hey, I like a walk at Kite Beach on a Saturday afternoon. And you see people who are ready to date, and you go, hey, I'd love to join you. You have the option to say yes or no to whoever you want to meet. But our motto is meet first, match later. Because what people are doing nowadays is seeking a perfect person on paper and then never going on a date and then getting let down when they end up actually meeting this person, when it's all about becoming a better picker of a partner through the act of dating. You don't know what you need or want.
Well, no, that's true. But I kind of figure that the vetting process needs lots of work on lots of the other apps, doesn't it? Because from what I'm told, it's very much, it's just such a waste. People are very jaded by it.
Yeah, just a random group of people where on Maction it's actually an application process. Yeah. So we approve or reject based on certain criteria.
Okay, so what's the criteria?
Well, our app is more expensive than the others. It's $100 a month. So we really look at occupation. You have to be LinkedIn verified, passport checked. So we make sure that it's the right group of people that you would actually want to meet.
Okay, but that's not because people are looking, women are looking for rich men or men are looking for rich women.
$100 is not.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Lots of these apps are, the basic levels are they're free, and you swipe, and then you might upgrade, I suppose. But if the point is, I suppose, if you're serious about this,
Correct. Intention.
it's about the intention, and paying $100 is an intent, isn't it?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, I've got you. So it sounds like a dream, because if you've spent years chatting and it's kind of going nowhere, that's
time.
wasted time. It's kind of endless nonsense, isn't it? How do you enforce that kind of real life first thing?
Yeah.
Particularly because this is a more conservative environment than many.
Yeah.
How does that come together?
Well, what I'll say is what I just mentioned about the people who are on Maction are people who are intentional, and people are done with the swiping and the messaging that they want to expedite the process of getting to a date. And in a city like Dubai, where people outsource everything, we always say, why not outsource your love life? So not only is it planning the date, but hey, we help you book a car for the date, get a blow dry before your date, barber before the date, get your nails done before a date. Hey, you had a really great time with this person. With one click, you can send a gift to them. It's like just everything in one little space for you. We're kind of calling it like a super app for dating.
Okay. So I suppose, like a lot of people, I'm thinking that's going to take some of the headache out of having to think about it.
It's taking the headache out, but what's also different about Maction is, yes, we're launching phase 1 with singles, right? Getting you on dates with other single people. But our next phase by the end of this year, and the reason why we would be raising in about a month, is we're going to launch our couples platform, where whether or not you have met on Maction, you can join as a couple, meaning you and your wife, and then we take care of all of those logistics and keep you dating. Because what I've learned in not only my personal life, but professional life, is the real work happens after you're in a relationship. Yeah. And how do you keep the spark alive? And our main mission is to end expat loneliness. And it's not just about getting singles together, it's about keeping couples together.
It's interesting that you say loneliness there, because I think that's really part of this. And, we can make light of the dating process and talk about all the nice things around it, but actually this has a real social function, doesn't it?
Correct.
Because loneliness is a pervasive.
It's crazy, all of the stats that are out there now. It was the WHO said that loneliness kills more than smoking 15 cigarettes a day, which is insane. And you think about it, right? I even look at the U.S. and what's happening there. I don't think it's traveled yet to the UAE, but I see that people are using AI to kind of create AI girlfriends or AI boyfriends. And you're like, that's going to make us even more lonely and depressed. Don't do it.
It's an odd one, I suppose. As long as you use your AI agent to challenge you and to keep you thinking, I can see something in that. But if you're just looking for somebody to confirm,
or just to talk to, where I also see that some of the big dating apps are now saying, hey, my AI agent will date your AI agent. And for me, I say, please don't do that. I'm like, what we want to be at Maction is tech-enabled human connection. Right. We cannot forget that we are put on this planet to partner up. That is the most beautiful thing about living this life. Yeah. And I see billions of dollars being poured into longevity, but a lot of these dollars are going towards, biohacking, all of this red light therapy, cold plunge, all of this, where if you look at blue zones, meaning the places where people live the longest, yes, of course, that is attributed to diet and climate, but a major pillar is community and meaningful relationships. So where is all of that money going into relationships?
It's a very good point. Yeah. So tech should always be an enabler rather than maybe we're a little bit too tech first now. I think we're saying. I'm interested in you because you were an athlete, springboard diver. Yeah. You were a school leader in the Bronx, which sounds
in the Bronx and here,
and here. For some reason, the school leader in the Bronx sounds like a pretty tough job. I'm sure it was. How did the discipline of that kind of sporting background, because you dedicate hours and hours to springboard diving. I know that.
Years and years.
And yeah, I mean that's tough. And so that and your background in education, how does that get you to building a matchmaking business? I'm trying to make the leap there.
Well, you know what it is, right? So I had moved to the UAE back in 2016. I was a teacher at the time. And when I'd moved in a relationship.
Okay.
We actually split 4 months after that. Okay. I decided to stay because I really saw that the UAE was a place where if you take action, you can really make something of yourself. So I climbed the ranks, I became a school leader. But at that time, I had experienced my own expat loneliness. I was like, I'm on my own. All of my friends were this person's friends. Now I have to start making friends again. I have to go through all of these trial and error relationships to find a romantic partner. So that was the first time I experienced that expat loneliness. Okay. And then I ended up moving to Dubai in 2019. Then COVID hit, and I was on my own again, and I was just lonely. And I was like, how do I make connections with people? So I actually turned to the dating apps. I was like, I just want to talk to the outside world during this time of lockdown. And at that point in time, I actually started an Instagram account, and it was called Dating in Dubai. And it was basically talking about my experience dating as a Western expat in lockdown, post-lockdown. I had a mission to meet kind of the entire map, because in this city, there's over 200 nationalities represented here. And in New York, like, people may think like, oh, it's this melting pot. Yeah, people look different, but for the most part, everyone's American, right? So I saw this as a great opportunity to find out, who do I like? What do I know about myself through this dating process? And what I learned through that account was that people really disliked dating in Dubai. And I found that crazy because the most interesting, dynamic, driven people I had ever met, both male and female, were living in the city. So that's what sparked my first business in the relationship space as a matchmaker, because I said, I want to be the bridge that connects these people. And that's where it all started.
So what was the toughest part of transitioning from where you were there to becoming a tech and an app developer founder?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. When I first launched the matchmaking agency, nobody knew what matchmaking was. I kind of just took it from, I used to watch Millionaire Matchmaker back in the States, and I said, why is this not here? So I just kind of copy-pasted that model, essentially, and kind of adapted it to Dubai. And when I first started, people really didn't understand it. And I was broke as a joke. And I remember asking my parents, because I kind of like took a leap of faith. I quit education. I said, I'm going to go all in. And I asked my parents, I said, please just give me $5,000. I was like, I just got to figure out how to eat this month, how to do this, how to pay my rent, blah, blah, blah. And the best thing they ever said to me was, no, you put yourself out there, you got to figure this out. And it made me grind.
Tough love.
Well, listen, it made me grind. And then I just went out to every PR house and I said, this is what I'm doing, help me. And we kind of did some barter deals. And then I became like the kind of first public Western matchmaker in the space. It blew up. The demand was insane. We became international within 7 months. And then obviously I then digitized my services. But to make that kind of like a 360 kind of experience, my parents were the first ones who invested in Maction because they saw all the success that I had with the matchmaking and said, okay, she got some magic. Let's put 50,000 in now. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay, so it kind of works in a way. So you proved yourself to them.
That's it. And when I think about the fundraising journey as well, right? I used to go out, talk to funds, talk to investors, but I didn't have any real proof. Yes, of course, my experience and success as a matchmaker, but now we're approaching this round quite differently. We're telling them, hey, these are the numbers we're going to do. Come talk to us in 4 weeks.
I like
with
that.
The proof.
These are the numbers we're going to do.
Yeah, we will do. Done.
Is that as a founder, is that the kind of advice you would give to potential founders, that you have to, because that's a mindset, isn't it? That's confident. That's almost cocky. But I mean,
you gotta be that way.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? You do need to have that kind of self-confidence, that drive.
I call it being a little delulu, but you have to be overly delulu in order to make it work. Because if you don't believe in yourself, who else is going to?
Yeah, for sure. Along the way, I've read that some, you're looking for money, you're looking to, to scale, you're looking to move forward.
Yeah.
You avoided a crypto scam, I've read.
Yes, I did.
Tell me a little bit about that, and also, but the lesson
Yeah.
that you learned from that. What was the big?
Oh, gosh. So, you know what? It's like these scammers were basically kind of like preying on people who are vulnerable. Firstly, myself, I was a first-time tech founder.
Right.
Female founder probably, I think, was their target as well.
Okay.
And being a solo founder, like I didn't have anybody to kind of, go back and forth on this about. So for me, what they had us do was meet them in a city in Europe, and that was odd in itself, right? Why do I have to pay to kind of prove myself? But anyway, what it all came down to was they wouldn't show up on video for our conference calls. Right. All of these emails were very like long-winded emails, trying to kind of like double talk over things to kind of for them to prove that they were professional. Yeah. And then at the end, what they wanted us to do was meet them in another European city with crypto on a USB to exchange it just for this. And we were like, yeah, no, not happening. So all in all, when they start with talking crypto and we're going to invest in this and I'll bring a USB, I told him, I was like, this is not Mission Impossible. I'm not going to be going over the border with 250,000 on a USB. I was like, that's not how it works.
It sounds exciting, but
no, I'm not Tom Cruise. We're good.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn? What was your big sort of takeaway from that?
Well, yeah, I think that it's the vetting process that you have to go into it, but also it made me want to not do this journey by myself. So then I really was, you know what, let me find a team that I really trust that has done this before. And now we're building with a team that has already built one unicorn together, and now they've decided to build their second with us. So that's the most exciting part.
So the April data I mentioned earlier shows B2B startups raised nearly, I'm just checking, $96 million. B2C, like Maction, a lot less than that. But you've raised nearly $750,000, right? In a climate which kind of favors safe enterprise software, they want something proven. You talk about proof over pitch.
Yeah.
What helped convince investors that your kind of love tech or dating tech, whatever you call it, is recession proof in the UAE? What was it about your pitch?
You know what's interesting? I always say that there will never be a recession on love. We will always need love, period, right? Other industries go under, but there will never be a recession on love. For us, like that was in a pre-seed round. And people always say that pre-seed is love money. These people love you, right? For me, first of all, it was my proof in a first business that I've built. I like to say I'm pretty compelling.
Fair.
People say I have magic, so I put some little matchmaking magic on it. But it's interesting, actually, because we're about to relaunch, and we have an investor update coming up this Friday. And I told everybody, like, hey, I can't wait to introduce you to our new team, tell you about our launch. And because we're going to be going for VC money in our next round, we're actually going to give our investors, a heavily discounted kind of way in. Hey, if you want to come in pre-launch, this is what we're going to be doing. Come on in. And I think that our investors really love that, meaning from our pre-seed, because they're like, okay, we see where this is going. Because I went for VC money before, but it wasn't the right timing for us. Okay. We did not have a clear path to 100 million. And that's why we got so many rejections and so many no's, and possibly also because I was a solo founder who had never done it before. Okay. Where now I see having on this expert team and people who have actually built billion-dollar businesses before, and changing our pitch more to pitch about money versus pitching about mission, which is what I feel like a lot of female founders get caught up into.
Okay. I mean, in 2026, we're short on time, unfortunately, but I really want to ask you this.
Yeah.
I shouldn't really be asking a question like this at this point in time, but I mean, the fact is I have to. $150 million, female founders captured 1% of that figure from the stats.
Not shocking at all.
Well, I know. What advice do you have for female founders so that they get yes, not no?
Yep. So for us, right, firstly, don't go for VC money unless you actually have a clear path to 100 million in less than 5 years, especially with AI. They probably want it in 3 years. But also with that, women tend to pitch mission and then men tend to pitch money. So I'll give you a clear example. I used to always pitch, Maction is ending expat loneliness. Now our pitch is, okay, we are monetizing the entire relationship life cycle, 4 revenue layers compounding based on dates, not on headcount. And I'm telling you, just that change in pitch has opened up so many more doors for us.
It's such an opening up of language, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose as well.
It is.
It's fascinating. Look, I've got so many more questions to ask you, but we don't have time now, so you'll need to come back. But that is Scale or Fail for today. Christiana Maction is the founder, CEO of Maction, which is can I call it a community-driven dating and social platform? What do you call it?
Sure, we call it a dating app for now.
That'll do. That's okay. It's been good to meet you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Tim.
Appreciate you coming in. If you're a podcast listener, search for podcasts from Mira Business FM on Apple or Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts from, and give us a follow. This is Mira Business FM. This is Mira Business FM. More and more women are reaching leadership positions than ever before, and the data backs that up, but there is a massive difference between having a title and having true systemic influence. There is a new UAE-founded platform. It's called She Knows, and the idea is to connect senior female leaders directly with global C-suite executives so that they can be offered one-on-one career guidance. The founder and CEO is Amna Ajmal, who is with me in the studio. It's nice to meet you. Good to have you with us. So companies are under pressure, Amna, to deliver on diversity and leadership targets, to name just a couple of things. Why launch a platform like this right now?
So I think we'll all agree that we're living in a very uncertain time.
We are.
I think reminds me at times of COVID. But when there's an uncertain time, you lose confidence.
Right.
And women lose it more than men. There's
Do you think so?
scientific data, yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you later about a research, but yes, women across the world, and I've worked and lived in 14 countries, do have a confidence challenge. And it comes from like so many different places, the way we raise the girls versus the boys, the way the society is conditioned, the way our unconscious biases work. So there are uncertain times. You are bound to lose confidence a little bit. I think women would lose it more. So there's no better time to do it than now. And the second thing, which I feel is very important, is that while men are really good at networking and building a social circle, there are many women who really don't have time for that, right? You're playing the role of a mother, you're a wife, a sister, a daughter, and you're carrying all those responsibilities along with your career, right? So you have very little time to build a support network around you, people who can uplift you, who can really inspire you, who are like there for you. Then there's a third factor, which is like many women are introverts. Like people see me speaking on stage and on covers of magazines and in town halls, and they would be like, oh, of course, she's not an introvert, You see her speaking on stage all the time. No, I am inherently an introvert, and my job actually forced me to actually push myself in this direction. I remember I was 28 when I did my first town hall, and it was a nerve-wracking experience for me. So for me, being an introvert, to interact with people or network or seek help is a very, very difficult thing. I had to learn and adapt it, and my job forced me in multinationals to do that. So that's another thing which women are not great at doing, or it's not the skill set that they're born with. So I think if you look all those three factors together, I think it's the best and the perfect timing for the launch. And launching a global platform from the UAE, I take a lot of pride in calling this country home. So there could be nothing better than that.
I'm sold, I have to say. I'm just surprised that I look at networking as a kind of a necessary evil, but I'm terrible at it because I just always say the wrong thing. I get nervous and I'm like, oh, your shoes look good. And I think, oh, God, did I just say that out loud? So I can relate to that. But I'm quite surprised in that you feel that women lose confidence more than men. That kind of took me by surprise. Maybe we'll come back to that. For lots of women at the top right, of the corporate tree, if you like, Amna, the glass ceiling's been replaced, I think, by like a lonely middle area. So you've got where the access to the highest levels of, you know, the global top corporate levels, the C-suites, that's kind of closed, okay? Is the conversation around women in leadership moving too slowly from representation to real decision-making power?
Yes. So you're absolutely right. I think there's a layer at which they get stuck. And I would say it's kind of a two-way street, because even when I talk to women, I'll be like, okay, you're 7 years in the same role. That's a problem that they're coming to me with.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do about it? And they would be like, oh, maybe I've been told to wait for another 3 years. Why would you wait for 10 years? Right? How is that okay?
Yeah.
Right? So on the other side, if you look at it, I think when corporations, and I've had a wonderful career at 3 amazing companies, 42 bosses, 14 countries, all of them men. Some took big bets on me. I got my biggest leadership role when I was 28 years old. I was managing 300 people, a large P&L for city in Europe. But the one thing that I learned was that even myself, I said no to promotions because I was like, no, I'm not ready for it. Okay, that's why I say it's a two-way street. Now, if you look on the other side, I think that if you don't have a great pipeline, right, and then you have women stuck like 7 or 8 years in the same role, right, they also are no longer that ambitious about their career anymore. You know, you've spent way too long and then you become like complacent.
Sure.
And what companies need to do is that they need to move these women around, you know. They have like brilliant systems about how to grade the potential and the performance, their talent calibration meetings. You spend whole days on that. I mean, and then after that, the outcome is really not actionable. Now, when you measure and report, of course you say, I have 40% diversity, but you're including the junior most person in the company, which is huge and massive, to the senior most person. That's number one.
Right.
Second, I am not being disrespectful to the support functions like legal or HR or customer care. But for me, it matters how many women are actually running the businesses, how many are in client-facing roles, how many are bringing in revenues for the company, you know, how many are actually running the P&L. And that representation is extremely, extremely low. And I think women, again, going back to the point, are more reluctant to actually raise their hand and say this is the job that they want. And I've seen men doing that so many times in my career. I've never had a man say no to a promotion, but I've had so many women say no to a promotion. Women would not even, I'm not generalizing, but mostly won't even say that actually, yes, that's the job that I want. It requires skill set A, B, C, D. I have A, B, and C. I do not have D, but here's my proven track record of agility and I can get to D. Right.
Okay. So why is that? I'm struggling to understand that. I'm thinking I've got one particular person in my head who I worked with for a number of years, and she was just, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm going to do to get there. This is my plan. She's very, very focused, and as far as I can remember, got every job, every promotion she went for, and planned for it. So. Why is it? I mean, I know you're trying not to generalize, but what is it that women aren't? Why are they not going for it?
I think part of the problem is that women are over-mentored and under-sponsored.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a huge difference in sponsorship and mentorship. And that's why I want women to have access to this global C-suite of leaders. So it's as powerful as someone sitting in Morocco being connected to the ex-CEO of City Germany and the first ever woman CEO in that country. Because I think part of the problem is that, and there's a very interesting experiment, I don't know if you know, I think it was Stanford University, if I'm not mistaken, how competence and likability are negatively correlated for women. So there's this great venture fund CEO, Haiti, and it's her actual case study that how she went on to build this $1 billion fund. And the school divided the class into 2 groups, and one group got the exact same case study of Haiti, and the other, they replaced Haiti with a man called Howard. And then they asked the class what's their view, and everybody wanted to work for Howard. Nobody wanted to work for Haiti. So they said, yes, she's very smart, but she's a little bit aggressive. They didn't like her. And they thought, on the other hand, Howard was like competent. He knew what he wanted. His leadership skills were great.
Okay. Okay.
So the research proved that competence and likability are negatively correlated for women, right, as opposed to men. So you would see if the man is commanding a room, it's like, oh my God, he knows his stuff. And if a woman would do that, she's aggressive, she's rough around the edges. So I think these are the stereotypes and the subconscious mindset that we have. All of us have it, including myself. And it's about how you overcome it. So if companies have that, imagine what it's doing to the women who already lack confidence. It's suppressing them even further down. I was one of the only exec at MasterCard who had a 90% women leadership team. And I would have such competent, smart women who would walk out of a meeting and I would say, why didn't you say anything? You're completely quiet in the entire 1 hour. And she would be like, I wanted to say it, but someone else said it. I thought maybe my point wasn't that great. Do you really think men think like that? Before saying something? That they're evaluating in their head, should I say it or not say it? Is it important or is it not important? No. And then we are providing them mentors and mentors and mentors. And that's one of the things I said, they do not need more advice. The reason I named the company, she knows her value, she knows her content, she knows her opinion. It's about how you instill that confidence to bring it out. And that can't be done through coaches and people who have not walked your path, right? It has to be done with people who reached to the top and walk the same path that you are on. And you can then relate, oh, yes, this is what I'm experiencing. And that to me then also becomes your sponsor. Sponsor is the one who's going to speak for you in the room when you're not there.
Hence the design of She Knows, I guess. So you're focusing on access to global executives rather than traditional mentorship models.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of falling into place now. Unfortunately, I'm sitting. I was struggling to understand what you meant when you started talking. Now that you've outlined it, I can recognise lots of the symptoms. And I guess we need a sea change, don't we? We need a societal change.
Absolutely. I'll tell you a very small, interesting story. And I feel that I'm always constantly working on my subconscious bias. A friend of mine, he's going through a terrible divorce, and he was talking to me all the time. And he was talking to me about his lawyer. And this is in Poland. And he's talking to me about his lawyer, and we have several conversations. And then all of a sudden, I meet his lawyer. I happen to be in Poland. I'm like, oh, your lawyer is a woman. He's like, why is that a surprise? I'm like, all this time that you were talking to me, I thought it's a man. And then I thought to myself, why did I think that his lawyer was a man? Because I think in my mind, I just associated lawyer with a man, not a woman.
Did you check yourself and slap yourself on the
exactly,
wrist? Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not saying that. I think at times you point it out to people and people are like, oh no, this is women agenda. No, women themselves go through it. They experience it. It's about having that self-awareness. And I think we are fortunate that in 2026, at least in the last 6-7 years, we've had that awareness that people now think about what they're saying or what they just said. I also remember returning from my second mat leave, and I had twins second time and had a daughter before. And I was talking to one of my direct reports. This was 2020. And he wanted to hire someone. And I said, I recommended someone. So I was like, what about actually this person? And he's like, no, she just returned from her third maternity leave. I don't think she's ambitious anymore. And I looked at him and I'm like, I'm your boss.
Ooh.
I have 3 kids. But I didn't say anything. I just looked at him, and I think there was an awkward moment of silence, and he immediately realized what he said was really wrong.
You did that thing where you said nothing, but he got the message.
Correct.
Nice.
Yes, and he then, I think after a few minutes, he came back to my room, and he was like, listen, I think that came across wrong. I shouldn't have said it. I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I'm so happy that you realized it. And I think 10 years back, that won't have been a possibility. So I see a positive change. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think we're moving in the right direction. My challenge is, and one of the reasons I quit my corporate career of so many years is the frustration that it's just moving too slowly. And at times we take 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards, you know, they're kind of in the same place. And I want to do my bit to change it.
Okay, well, let's talk about the mechanics of the platform then. There are lots of networking apps, but this is more like a bridge, as far as I can see. It's more like a strategic bridge. How are you vetting the C-suite executives? What does a guidance session look like?
So if you look at the Growth Navigator page, there's no way you can vet these people. I mean, their name speaks for themselves.
Right, okay.
You have a Prudential Group's CEO. You have the CCO of Marriott EMEA over there. You have CEO of Citibank Germany, who worked with Citi in the US in senior leadership positions. You have Aramex CEO Amadou in there. So I think their name itself is a massive, huge brand, let alone the companies that they work for. Secondly, all of them are part of my personal network, some great close friends. And they genuinely want a level playing field for women. They want to give it back. So I think there's no vetting required over there. The Growth Navigators currently are like a brand themselves, you know.
Okay.
I think more important how the session would look like. So you are right. There are many networking apps. There are many event organizations for women. And I think they're doing a fabulous job. We need it. We need women to have, to my earlier point, have a support network around themselves. I am not offering any networking, any in-person events. I'm doing basically 2 things. One, I'm breaking the geographical barrier that exists. So if I am in UAE and let's say I work for E&, for example, wonderful, beautiful company, amazing, incredible leadership. But if you have to find me someone to help in my career, highly likely that person is going to be either within E&, or in UAE. Now imagine the power of connecting me to Afterpay's North America CEO. You know, it's a completely, and imagine then connecting me through a private one-to-one session. And then the third thing, I didn't want the session to be open-ended. I had given my hours while I was working to many different organizations. And I realized one thing, they were like kind of mentor hours, that at times it would take me to the third call to realize what exactly is the challenge. And here I chose 5 predefined kind of tracks that women have to pick and choose before we connect them to the Growth Navigator. And I chose them based on my experience, based on the conversation that I had with women. For example, interview prep for your promotion. Most of the time, internal or external, you get feedback that, oh, you didn't get the job because you don't have the seniority. What does seniority mean? Is it years of experience? You don't have strategic acumen. What exactly does it mean? Do I need to prepare a strategy for the next 5 years for my unit, for my division? What does it mean? You don't have executive presence. Do I need to dress up differently? Do I need to talk differently? So, and that too, very rarely you get that, right? So part of it is that, and part of it is how do you prepare for interviews? These senior leaders have like recruited thousands and thousands of people. They can help these women break that ceiling where they're stuck by really preparing them for the interviews, by doing mock-up interviews, which no one offers that to you. Maternity leave come back. I was very senior. I had my kids late. I came back from 2 maternity leaves. And I would see also some of my direct reports or my 2 downs going for mat leave and coming back. And it's amazing. People ask you, can you show me the baby pictures? Oh, how cute. And you know what you are going through inside is like you're falling apart. Imagine I took a short mat leave of 2 months, but most women take like 6 months or so. You have held your child day and night, and then you leave that child and come to work. And people think that you came back from a holiday and they just look at the baby pictures and they move on.
That's torturous. So I can understand that.
Right?
Yeah.
Now I have women as growth navigators, the word that I'm using, who actually have made it to the vice chair and to the board positions and to the CEOs while having children and going through these mat leaves. Imagine them providing this guidance to a woman who feels so lonely. Most of the time you come back, especially in big companies, even the structure has changed. You have a new boss, you have new peers because the change happens so often. And you're personally going through so much, right? With my first kid, I had a delayed postpartum depression, and I was at work in my full form with this fierce determination that I have to prove myself even more now that I became a mother. But it's so lonely. There was no one around me to tell me that I understand how you're feeling, that you left your child the first time today.
Well, you're down and you're guilty.
Yes.
As well, because you've left this little, human being that
Correct.
you've created. I can understand that.
And there is nobody who has walked the same path. And I realized it when people from different countries would connect with me, because of course my prior company was a global company, and say, I just want to talk to you. And I always told my assistant, never say no to anybody, just find time. And she's like, I just want to talk to you because I'm going for my second maternity leave. And this is how I felt the first time. And I could relate to it. I could provide that help to her, right? You don't have to give up on your ambition. If that's what you want to do, that's how you come back. That's how you ease into it. Yes, you will have to have a hard stop. Like one woman told me, my boss works till 10 p.m. He starts late. He starts at 10. He's a very senior person. She is his direct report. She comes back from mat leave and she's like, so I want to start early, but I want to finish at 6 to be there to put my kid to bed.
Sure.
And she's like, but so far, in the last 4 years, I always align my working hours to my boss. Well, because she was not a mom, it was possible. Now it's not possible. I'm like, you need to have that conversation with him.
But it's a particular dilemma.
Exactly. So one of the track that I offer in the platform is coming back from mat leave. So you choose the track. So when we're matching you with the growth navigator, we were matching you with a woman who is a CEO, who is a board member, who has walked that path. Interview prep is another one. Being stuck 7 to 8 years in the same role is another one. Personal brand is another one. Many women there are men also who are like that. But I think women pay a more heavy price for that, like quite invisible leaders. I let my work speak for itself. No, in today's world, you can't just do that. You can't say my work is going to speak for itself. Visibility matters. You entered a meeting and left a meeting and you didn't say a word. That's one waste opportunity.
Do you know, I used to get accused of that in meetings years ago, but my excuse was always, most of that meeting was just nonsense. It's just people wanting to be heard, and it used to drive me insane.
It's true.
And I think there's that side of it as well. But I do think there are times, you're right, and it's hard for people. You do have to speak up and say your piece. Whether it's on top of things that have already been said and you're just reinforcing, doesn't matter. You got to say it.
Especially if you have the content, and I'm very particular about that. Like I grew up in my career, I would go and sit with operations when I was in banking, even on weekends, to understand how are they booking a transaction, right? And then many people would just call upon me to say that, oh, I think you know this. Can you tell us about this process, right? So I was in a way forced to speak up.
Yeah.
So you need to have content. I'm not an advocate of just bullshitting for the sake of saying something in the meeting. And I've seen a lot of women in my career that they have a lot of content. Like they know not only their part, but other parts of how things work, and they come together and they can connect the dots. But it's just this inhibition to say it, especially in bigger group settings. I think it becomes harder. You need to really, I always say, you have content, you match it with confidence, you're going to ace in your career.
I like that. That's a good phrase. I also like the growth navigator phrase that you used as well for
Thank you.
The mentors. That's good. Look, we're so over time. We could talk for hours, I think. I've got a feeling. Just let me ask you one thing before we finish, Emna. You're bringing together leaders from markets across the world, right, to try to help people. Global leadership trends. What's the thing that really jumps out for you at the moment?
So I think, I am sure everybody would answer the same. AI is moving from use cases to real application at scale. That does mean that organizations are investing in leaders who have more agility, who would be able to upskill their teams, who would be able to bring not only cost efficiency, but drive a great amount of top line by leveraging AI. And I think that trend, whether it's AI or not AI, I think from a technology perspective, we have advanced so much, is here to stay.
Yeah.
So I think upskilling people and agility and curiosity in terms of skill set would matter much more, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be posting jobs 25 years of experience in AI plus leadership plus this plus that, right? So I think looking for those skills for leaders is extremely important. And the last thing I would say is responsibility, because with every technology has its pros, it has its cons.
Yeah.
How you walk that bridge, which is a very thin bridge between ethics and responsibility and the returns to the shareholders.
She Knows is a new UAE-founded platform connecting senior female leaders directly with global C-suite executives for one-on-one career guidance. Amna Ajmal is the founder and CEO. You're going to have to come back and tell us some more at some point.
Thank you so much, for sure.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you. For more interviews like this, you can catch us on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, all the major podcast platforms. Follow us on Instagram, on Facebook and LinkedIn. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe. This is Mira Business FM. Welcome to the Morning Drive. Summer getaways we're talking about next. You will have noticed that the mercury has begun its climb. More and more of us eyeing an exit in the summer. Travel bookings are surging. This year, UAE residents planning perhaps smarter holidays and maybe paying closer attention to travel insurance amid rising costs and global disruptions. Joining us to discuss holiday savings trends, why travel insurance has moved from an optional extra to a mechanical must-have, is independent financial planner and licensed private pilot. Srikanth Pillai is here from the Continental Group. Srikanth, it's good to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you this morning. Welcome. So let's look at the data. First of all, are we seeing UAE residents spending more to get the luxury they're used to, or are we seeing people move more towards cautious travel? Because, you know, we're seeing some inflation, we're seeing some cost at the moment. Which is it? Or is it a bit of a mix?
Yeah, hi, good morning. See, people are traveling actually. People are seeing traveling as a real part of their life, where memories are made. There is no doubt about that. But having said that, as you rightly mentioned, people are becoming more cautious with the place they are choosing to travel. Right. People are looking at mostly 3 to 5 days of holidays, where they choose destinations. Probably they can get a visa on arrival, or visa-free destinations for UAE residents, and that also within a budget. Mostly value for money. So I think in the last few months or the few years, the trend is like more and more people are traveling, but mostly looking at destinations which they feel is a kind of value for money, I'll say.
So kind of mid-range destinations.
Yeah.
I don't know, a few that come to mind, Georgia or Azerbaijan, or, into Eastern Europe maybe.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
And again, for some people who are not looking for these cold places, they choose maybe Sri Lanka or Maldives or Thailand or even Vietnam, I'll say. Because it depends on your choice also. Like some people like the European weather and the food. Some like the Asian culture. So it depends. Again, mostly the budget matters, and 3 to 5 days kind of thing.
Money always talks, doesn't it? I guess.
Yes.
Has the booking window changed at all? Are people trying to lock in, rates before the spike? Because there is a spike starting to happen ahead of the summer.
Yes. As being a financial advisor, what I have seen is like at the start of the year, a lot of people are setting aside a separate budget for travel.
Yeah.
And they know the complete list of leaves in the year, where they can club 3 to 5 days. They look for places. They try to make the bookings in advance with options for maybe making changes in the flights or cancellation without charges, kind of thing. And a lot of hotels also give options like you can cancel till the last moment. people plan in advance so that they get more value for money, and maybe the leaves they can manage from the offices. So yeah, people are planning well in advance actually. Yes.
I have to learn to do that because I never do. I'm always last minute. But I just booked a flight for my daughter. She's coming out tomorrow. And I was surprised. It wasn't as high as I thought it was. And I hadn't booked ahead for that. It wasn't at the level I was fearing, at least as well. So I suppose there's always hope. Insurance at the moment, and I'm interested in this because the insurance is a non-negotiable now, isn't it? It used to be a thing that may be bought because they wanted to satisfy a visa requirement for a Schengen visa, for example. With the disruptions that we've seen over recent times, kind of the last year or so, technical outages or cancellations or extreme weather, how has the demand for travel cover changed? What have you seen?
See, I've been here for the last 12 years in the same industry, I'll say. In the last 12 years, it has changed a lot. I'll say not in the last 1 or 2 years. It has changed over the years. The awareness of insurance has increased drastically in the last years. As you rightly said, instead of just meeting the basic requirement for the Schengen visa, people are looking at travel insurance to cover the risk in the travel. Like in travel insurance, many people doesn't know the actual benefits which are covered other than the normal things people know, emergency medical expenses or travel delays. It's much more than that actually. You can cover the loss of documents if you get into any personal liability unknowingly, it is covered. Any sort of personal accidents, it is covered. Even it can cover, you get into any credit card fraud or being mugged up by, while withdrawing cash from an ATM. Or even, if you are away from the home and there is a fire or any incident at home, even these kind of, claims to a certain extent, the travel insurance can cover. So it is sort of a, peace of mind while you are away from home. And people have started realizing that over the last few years, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, there's all sorts of things you can do. There are cancel for any reason clauses. There are all kinds of things that you can include. But it's that thing that so many of us kind of forget. I've literally been in a departure lounge and thought, I didn't get the insurance, and logged on and bought it just before I've flown. Before. But I think we're certainly seeing, there seems to be more awareness of the importance of travel insurance. Is that fair to say?
Yes, very much, yes.
Yeah. All right then. So from that, what are the biggest kind of travel insurance mistakes people make before they fly? Do you think?
As you rightly said with your example.
Forgetting to do it, yeah.
People see, actually there are two kind of requirements which people used to see. One is from the compliance aspect for the meeting the Schengen requirement. So they look for the basic 30,000 euro requirement for the Schengen visa. Yeah. They were not looking any benefits as such. Though the price difference between the various plans are not much, people used to just take the most cheapest plan. And they were not looking at the other benefits, like say, what if the flights are delayed, if my baggage gets stolen or I reach in a, delayed. So, and emergency medical expenses, all these things you should be looking at actually. And many people tend to oversee that actually, I'll say. These are the common mistakes which I can see from my daily life. Actually.
Yeah, it makes sense. Do you think more families are buying insurance because there is this kind of heightened awareness over flight delays? We're all aware of disruptions.
Absolutely, yes. People are buying actually. Earlier, even if people are traveling to destinations where travel insurance is not mandatory, people are buying travel insurance because they are aware that there could be, flight delays or things which are not in their control, which they can cover with a very nominal amount, compared to the budget they are going to spend in the tour. So people are aware actually. There is quite a lot of awareness.
I think that's a good point, that, you spent all this money on your summer vacation. And it's not cheap, if you're flying a family of 4 or 5 to Europe, for example, for a couple of weeks, that's expensive.
Yep.
But scrimping on the insurance doesn't make sense because it's generally it's not a huge cost.
It's a very nominal cost compared to the overall budget you are. And so once you realize the kind of risk which you are covering with that piece of paper, or maybe an e-document, you don't mind paying that money. See, if you just see it as a cost or just want to comply, so then you will see it as a cost. But things do happen. Flight gets delayed, documents do get missed. So it always happens actually.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? I've said this a million times, but I love the line. A wise man said to me once, insurance is such a waste of money
Yeah,
until you need it. And
absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing to remember, isn't it? Do you think that there is a real surge in travel insurance starting at the moment? Are you seeing a real uptick in people applying, taking cover?
Yes. Yes. In the last, I'll say after the slowdown in March, see the April things are picking up. People are planning for their trips in the summer holidays. We can really see that a lot of enquiries are coming for the travel insurances. People are planning. But yeah, the destinations may have changed. Instead of Europe, maybe looking for visa-free, destinations, probably 3 to 5 days kind of trip, which they can afford to actually. But there is quite a lot of surge actually. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think also travelers are prioritizing experiences these days? Because that's what we hear a great deal, that it is about, I don't know, a safari, or it's about a particular hiking trip to a certain area, or an experience with indigenous people, whatever it is you're looking for, the experience aspect rather than luxury aspects, because we're at a time when the cost of living is high.
Yeah, that rightly said actually. See, we are living in a place in Dubai where you have all sort of luxury. There is no luxury which is not available in Dubai. So while you are traveling to a place, again looking for so people are aware actually. You have everything here. So if you're traveling to any place, even for Europe or any other Asian countries, now people are looking for experiencing that culture, their food, maybe a hiking. It has really changed actually. It's not about the luxury being in UAE. You're in a luxurious place. You have the best things available. So while traveling, I can relate that to myself. I travel with my family. I'll be looking for having the best local experiences so that my children are getting some kind of memories back. How lucky we are and how others are, and so they can have some sort of concern for others and overall sort of experiences actually. Yeah.
It's interesting that, because it kind of mirrors the development of the UAE, doesn't it? I think in sort of previous years, 15, 20 years ago, you would look for, a luxurious holiday outside rather than, because it's now available here.
Absolutely.
I suppose
Absolutely.
everything is. It's kind of luxury. They don't do it like Dubai does.
Yeah, you can easily have weekend getaways here, for any sort of luxury you want. So it's not the real thing. But experiences, people are not buying, people see, by spending the time and money, you are buying experiences actually, working with a lot of clients, being a financial consultant, I can see that the thoughts, while we talk to the clients, they mostly, explain to me or discuss the experience they had with children, the kind of, the local cuisines. So it's really good to have actually.
Yeah, no, I can see that. What should families check in the fine print before they look at a travel insurance policy? Because, as you said, you can cover almost anything. It's amazing what is available to be covered. You hope you don't need it, but you might. There's always that possibility. But what should you really be looking for when you're planning your vacation?
See, in a travel insurance, the most common thing you will be looking for is emergency medical expenses in case you fell ill in a foreign country where you don't have that kind of money with you. Because then you should be looking at the flight delays, what kind of things are covered, whether if your baggage completes, how much is the coverage. Then you should be, looking at if you're going to Europe for a skiing trip. So is your, insurance covering that adventurous activity kind of thing? So I'll say these other things are pretty common, but I have seen people missing out this part. They are going to enjoy, skiing, and the travel insurance is not covering that adventurous activity, things like that.
Yeah, and it's understanding the definitions as well of the different activities and making sure that it applies. If you're, snowboarding, does it apply to snowboarding as well as skiing? It's always worth understanding that. And I guess as well, I mean, if you're a resident here in the UAE, you have your visa, you have your work permit, whatever it is, you have by extension medical insurance. That's a prerequisite. But you also need to be aware that there may be a need for additional cover. You need to check your existing insurance, medical insurance policy, I suppose, before you go, and make sure that the bolt-on from the travel insurance offers, I don't know, emergency support or evacuation, whatever it is that, might be necessary depending on where you go. That's something you need to think about.
Absolutely right. See, as you rightly pointed out, a lot of medical insurance has a geographical coverage, maybe UAE or GCC or Southeast Asia. Tomorrow you are traveling to Europe. If you get sick or get into an accident, without a proper travel insurance cover, you will end up spending a lot of money from your hand. Some that kind of unexpected, accidental kind of things. A travel insurance can cover very well. It is even possible to arrange a direct billing in many of these countries if you are feeling ill without paying from your hand. So, for paying a small amount of money, and if you see that value, the kind of risk that document can cover, you'll be buying it. You'll be buying it.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? And I suppose these are the things that we don't think about. But if you have a good level of travel insurance cover on top of your existing medical insurance cover, it may be, as you say, possible to handle a direct billing situation should that arise, because more often than not, your medical insurance policy would be pay and then reimburse, wouldn't it? And that, presents its own issues.
Yeah. See, the medical insurance, there could be two ways. Some medical insurance doesn't cover at all Europe.
Possibly, sure.
And other medical insurance, the local providers here, all of them will be having this pay and reimburse, which is also by in itself a big process, I'll say, because you have to have all the documents from a foreign country. And whereas a travel insurance, it is possible if you call their emergency customer care, they will be guiding you to a network hospital where it is possible to get a direct billing, or even if it is a reimbursement for some reason, it is much more easier to actually get it done.
Yeah. And I remember as well, certain countries' medical insurance costs are particularly high.
Amazing,
and often excluded. The US or Japan come to mind.
Yep.
If you just joined us, you're listening to Mira Business FM live from Dubai. Which destinations, Srikant, are seeing the strongest demand from UAE residents? What are people looking at? What are you seeing?
See, I can't relate myself to that. See, if you want to go to a trip, the first thing you'll be looking at the ease of getting visa, and or you get a visa on arrival. So in the recent months, more people are traveling to the destinations like Georgia or Azerbaijan, or I'll say Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, or, Uzbekistan is also coming up, and other places to this side, to the Asian side. If you're looking Sri Lanka, Seychelles, or this Maldives, I meant to say, and or Thailand. So I'll say 3 to 5 days, 5 to 7 days maximum trip within a budget where you feel you are getting value for the money being paid. Actually, I think more or less people are going to these places now.
Okay. You're a financial planner by trade. How much earlier are you seeing people planning and saving for holidays? Because if the attitude has changed from, we're going to get away from the summer, it's more about the experience. It may be that it's going to cost a little bit more. It may be a little bit more difficult to do. You have to put more effort into that, and that requires more planning. Are you seeing that in recent times?
Yes, definitely. Because as you rightly said, if you book a flight ticket early with an option with zero fees cancellation or no change fees, it is always cheaper than buying the ticket in the last 1 month or 15 days. People are as I mentioned, like once from January, people have a complete plan of the amount of the number of holidays in the year. So wherever they want to plan, they properly plan. I have a lot of clients who plan the number of holidays in the year. They set aside. They try to make a budget. They book well in advance so that they get the best deal, the best value for money. And in case they are not able to travel, still they are able to cancel the tickets or make changes in the tickets without a cost, actually.
Right. Okay. So there is that little bit extra effort going in.
Definitely.
Particularly if it's like a bucket list thing. If you had to fly from Fujairah to Dubai, like you can, for example. I was wondering, are you seeing an increase in the length that people are going away for summer holidays because there are more relaxed kind of work from anywhere policies in the UAE? Because it's pretty standard to work from home once, twice a week, whatever it is. Has that affected holidays at all?
Yes, the pattern has also changed. Now many of these companies are giving this option for work from home, and companies are being flexible actually. So, I'll say there are changes happening, and it will be more evident in the coming months based on how the situation shape actually.
Okay. What about younger travelers or solo travelers? Is that changing at all? Because, we're in a nation where demographics have changed over recent times. Of course, are spending patterns changing for younger people traveling? Maybe the more adventurous traveler?
Yes, younger people are very smart. I'll say the Gen Z or the Gen Alpha, whatever you call.
They get the most out of the deals for sure.
Yes, they look for options. As I rightly, as I earlier mentioned, actually, they also look for the number of leaves in a year at the start. They want to plan wherever they want to go.
Right.
They look for the best deals they can get. They look for cheaper hostels. For the amount of money they can spend, they would like to optimize the experience, because there are places where you can get a stay in return for a service without paying for it actually.
Yeah.
They are superb in exploring all those options using all the AI tools. It's amazing actually.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? And knowing how to do it. My son's in Scotland, and he's just been. Where's he been this year? He's been in Spain. He's been in Jordan, and he's on a pretty tight budget. And how are you doing this? But it's engineering it to get flights at really odd times, all this kind of thing. What do you think? What are you seeing in terms of how people are spending or looking at spending this summer on their holidays? What does that tell you about kind of wider consumer confidence in the UAE? Is there a relationship there, do you think?
Yes. So there have been tough months. Like the last few months have been tough. People are really looking forward to traveling. They are really adding up experience. They have the confidence in the market and the rulers here. Like they are taking the right steps. Market is coming up. There are some challenges to be sorted out still. People are still setting aside budget for the travel. People are looking forward to maybe reducing the budget, as we earlier discussed actually. Maybe choosing the right destinations in a 3 to 5 day kind of trip and creating more value for money. But people are really positive, and they are really looking forward to traveling.
Okay, so budget luxury, shorter getaways becoming more common. That kind of 3 to 5 day. I mean, you mentioned that a couple of times. So you're obviously seeing a lot of that. It's a hard question, this, I think, but I'm just wondering if you can answer this. What kind of last minute travel risks tend to catch people off guard? Is there anything that stands out?
So I have really seen people about to travel and they realize that their passport is not valid. so that is one of the most funny part which I have really.
That's a classic. Yeah, I know. And the other thing with that is to remember, isn't it? For lots of places, you need at least 6 months validity. Your passport may have 3 months. I'm fine, but
absolutely,
that's not the case, is it?
True.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might be a big one. For any people listening or maybe watching, family types, currently looking at a massive airline checkout screen, what kinds of hacks could you put forward to save on a trip without sacrificing the experience? How do you find the deals or get the best for your money?
So you should actually, so if you always take a connecting flights, you can always, there are a lot of websites where you can really work around connecting flights, or there are websites which will give you a better rates on tickets, which are vacant until the last. If the tickets are unsold, the airlines give a discount. There are portals where you can look for that, and you have to book early, a bit early, and select the destination smartly. So there is no one single hack, but you have to work around the available tools.
It's doing your research, isn't it?
Yeah.
There was always this thing that you should clear the cache in your browser before you check for flight prices.
Absolutely. You should. See, many of these browsers give this option of incognito or kind of private search option.
Yeah.
You should use that actually.
You should do that.
Yes.
Okay. And that you're going to get a better deal by doing
Obviously.
that. I get that. I just always wondered if that was a thing, but clearly it is, I suppose.
And to add, see, now we have been speaking about all these places. Like my phone is always hearing that. Now I get back to my phone, I'll get advertisements of all these places, Georgia, Armenia. So the phone is always hearing actually. So it gives you.
Our phones are going to be recommending Georgia and Azerbaijan.
Yeah, so you'll be getting
just
a lot of deals with respect to that for sure.
You never know. I'm up for going to any of those places, I got to say. Is there an off-peak within the peak? Is there a sweet spot in July after maybe the early school rush demand? Is it worth waiting? If my wife and daughter are going back early July or the first week of July, which is kind of likely, and I'm thinking of going back later, is it worth waiting to book a flight later on? Is there a possibility of a better off-peak deal?
Yeah, it is possible because the schools are expected to close around end of June, probably first week of July.
Yeah.
So then there could be the initial 10 days, there will be a rush. So if you delay the flight booking a bit late, maybe the end of June or first week of July kind of thing, the rates are quite unlikely that it will go up. And it is also possible that you get a better rate because the travel rush reduced from after July 10th, it reduces till the end of July or the first week of August. It is pretty normal. So it's quite likely that you should get a better rate if you look for tickets end of June or first week of July, most likely.
Usual story, isn't it? More demand, more price. Yeah.
Yeah. Or it is even possible with all these AI tools, even possible that you can create an algorithm. It can run for you and get you the best rates. It can give you a pop-up when the best rates arrive. It is even possible to do that.
So you say all these things. I'm fairly AI savvy, and you can create an algorithm, and I just think, oh, that frightens me.
In Cloud and all, it is possible to create an agent which can do this work for you and give you the pop-up when the best rates arrive. Yeah.
That's so great. Have your own AI travel agent. You can shout at it and everything. Brilliant. What final question for you, Srikanth? What practical advice do you have for travellers if they're looking to book a summer holiday?
I'll say you should look for traveling. You should travel actually because you should create memories. You should have a budget. You should have an emergency fund. Look for a place where you can get an easy visa if you have not traveled much. Then plan in advance. Book flight tickets where you can do a change of date or get a refund without charge. And Airbnbs offer the best rates for accommodation. And look for a value for money. I'll say more of.
And the emergency fund is interesting, but also remember how much should be in an emergency fund, by the way.
See,
how should you work that out? It's different for different people, I get that, but...
Yeah. See, actually, it's not with respect to travel. All of us should be having 3 to 6 months kind of cash available with us for any sort of emergencies, covering the basic expenses at least.
Right. That's good financial planning. I like that. I've heard that a few times. And make sure your passport's in date as well. Yeah,
sure.
That's very true. Srikanth Pillai is an independent financial planner with the Continental Group and a licensed private pilot as well, which I'm very impressed with. It's been good to have you here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
More interviews, more highlights coming soon across our YouTube and our Instagram platforms. And you can always stay updated through mirabusiness.fm, the website. Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. So we're talking legal matters and restructuring and all of the above. Headline GDP remains resilient. We know that. Under the surface, there are pressures, of course, as there always are, but lots of companies feeling the mechanical pressure of rising debt costs. Tighter global liquidity is putting pressure on GCC companies. Here to discuss how the UAE, and I guess the wider Gulf as well, is navigating a changing M&A and restructuring landscape and whether distressed asset opportunities are maybe growing across the region is Seema Osiran. She's a corporate lawyer with BSA Law. It's good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Lovely to meet you.
Good to have you in the studio. Do you know, I wanted to preface this whole conversation. It's a really tough thing to discuss because
100%.
this has a real impact on people. It's a tough position to be in, to have to face money getting tight. But there is a need to face the reality of that. We all have to do it. Of course we do. First of all, Seema, how much pressure are GCC companies facing as we see liquidity tightening and from higher interest rates, just broadly speaking?
Honestly, I think that there's been a lot of stress and discussion around this liquidity crisis that's appearing around us here in the UAE and the GCC, but it doesn't exist. And we need to be very careful on how we characterize the liquidity issues that we're facing right now, because it's not a crisis.
Okay.
We are still very liquid. At a government level, we are still very liquid. You have to understand that the UAE is a receiving market. So we're on the receiving end of goods and services and ideas. And we're essentially in a place where we're at the intersection, where we receive assets from all over the world, investments from all over the world. We haven't seen yet that our liquidity has been massively impacted. We're still seeing people are still very able and willing to invest in the country. We're still seeing capital in the country. People still want a prime piece of the market. The thing that has changed is the mood. We have an appetite for investment, but it's about what we want to eat. Right now, people are being a bit more selective. They're a bit more concerned, a bit more cautious, given the discussions around the region. And we'll see people being a bit more tentative on how fast and how much they're willing to invest, but not a complete stop in investments altogether.
It was interesting. I mean, actually, the message is relatively positive. I mean, we've been talking for a long time about how it's a wait-and-see attitude, how people are sitting on their hands. That's a phrase that we've heard lots of times. And this is not, certainly as far as I can see from the discussions that we have in this studio, this is not a COVID situation.
No, absolutely not.
The perception may be, oh, it's this, it's that, but it's not COVID, is it?
No, absolutely not. And it's the same for interest rates, really. We broadly follow the Fed. So we are pegged to the dollar. We broadly follow the Fed. And insofar that we're not seeing some massive instability on that front, we're not going to expect COVID interest rates. We're not going to expect those hikes in interest right now. At the end of the day, what we have to understand is the money is there. People are just more careful. And that's a very positive message going forward, because we have the framework to support it here, realistically. We've seen that the government is willing to step in. We have to remember, we don't live in a country where the government sits back and watches the system seize up. We live in a country where the government takes proactive measures in order to ensure that everyone is protected. The key sectors are still vitalized, that we have support for banks and borrowers. We saw that during COVID, and we're seeing it similarly here. Even in minute aspects like tax residency, the government has stepped in. It's taken measures to extend periods for people to obtain their tax residency status and visa status. People who were stranded abroad at the beginning of the conflict, they've now been able to come back to Dubai to renew their visas. These are just small, minute things that the government is doing on a day-to-day basis, but we see the same support on an economic level.
I mean, these were immediate measures taken, and I think very often what we miss is the immediacy of those measures. The point of that is it gives you time.
100%.
And it gives breathing space, and that's kind of the first thing you need when you don't know what's going to happen, when you have as much uncertainty as we face.
100%.
I mean, that's important to remember, I think. I know I'm not going to ask you for specific details on transactions or mergers or acquisitions. I know you can't do it. So I wanted to talk to you this morning, and I think there's a need to talk quite broadly. But which sectors, and if you can look at this broadly, whether it's retail or traditional logistics, whatever, which areas are seeing restructuring activity, and which are the areas where refinancing is maybe more of a challenge at the moment?
Obviously we have to look at things like family groups. They're the backbone of, family conglomerates are the backbone of the GCC economy, okay? And any businesses which were struggling pre-war, or however you want to classify the situation, because I wouldn't classify it as a war personally.
Let's pre-conflict.
Pre-conflict.
Yes.
Any industries that were struggling pre-conflict will be struggling more now, not because of the conflict, but just because it's exacerbated underlying issues.
Okay.
You have, for example, family conglomerates that were undergoing restructuring pre-conflict. So let's say the Saudi bin Laden group. You have Majd al-Futtaim. Very, very promising restructuring proposals which have really revitalized their sectors. I think we can't take it as a sector by sector approach because it's more generally any business that was struggling pre-conflict is still struggling today and will still be facing restructuring. I think we see a lot of kind of activity around the real estate region just because now we have developers who are a bit stretched given the fact that they're facing issues obtaining their materials for construction. And we know Dubai is a place where buildings are propping up every day and you're seeing new developments every day. So developers are a bit stretched. So as a result, you'll see real estate being a bit further stretched. But otherwise, I don't see that there's a key sector which is facing impact. We're seeing hospitality being impacted
I was going to say
in the
tourism,
UAE.
hospitality.
Yes,
obviously.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily to the point yet where we're seeing major restructuring in that field. We're seeing what you would expect to see across the board. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. 100%. I mean, there are absolutely distressed opportunities right now. Real estate is absolutely a distressed opportunity, but we're not in a distressed market. So I think there's a key classification.
But that's the difference, isn't
Yes.
it? And that's
Yes.
really important to get across, I think, because this is, look, distressed equals opportunity.
Yes, absolutely.
In modern parlance, I suppose. And that's the difference between a market that is distressed and people that look at a market
Yes.
as being distressed.
I mean, you have to look at the UAE as at the intersection between capital and commercial leverage at the end of the day. You're looking at a country that has no shortage of capital yet, and I don't think it will have one in the near future. Okay. And you have the commercial leverage because it is known as a hub. You're talking about one of the top, DIFC is one of the top 5 locations for hedge fund managers. You're looking at an industry which is very, very well supported. And so I think you can't classify our market as it stands as a distressed market. But distressed opportunities exist irrespective of how distressed the market is, because people will want to buy when they can buy at a better price. This is always going to be the case. And so you will look at businesses looking to merge with other corporations. You will look at businesses which are looking to refinance. You will look at businesses which are hoping to convert their debt into equity. This is definitely going to happen now, but those are the same businesses that would have done that pre-conflict. This is the key thing. And this is just more of an opportunity to revitalize. And I think that's the general idea that you get with the UAE framework as it stands. We have a specialized restructuring framework. Like at a legal level, we have a framework which is specialized for restructuring that was introduced in 2024. And the larger sentiment around the UAE isn't that, the business is dead and so let's scrap it. The sentiment is the business can be revitalized.
Let's see what we can do.
Let's see what we can do.
Well, that's kind of this sounds corny and it sounds like the party line, but that's kind of a prevailing attitude. That's very much an
100%.
attitude you see, I think. Maybe we could do something more than we're doing.
Yes.
That's kind of a way of looking at things. It's a less what's the word? It's less mercenary way of looking at things. Something that I think is really important. I wanted to talk to you about the importance of communication and the importance of early intervention. But I want to talk to you first about realism, because we often talk about founders need to be realistic. When you have the idea and you've got the business, you may have an investor and you're like, I'm going to change the world. It's going to be be realistic. So for maybe a founder who might be watching, maybe listening at the moment, they know that their balance sheet is, maybe you're treading water, you're trying to get up the side of the dock, if you like. What's the first step to take? What should you be thinking as a founder in a position like that?
I mean, you can take real examples of what's going on in the market right now. I'm not sure if you've heard about what's happened with IFCO.
I haven't, no.
So you're talking about one of the largest food and fast-moving consumer goods manufacturers. It's a Dubai-based entity, and they had a debt balance of 2 billion, and they've undergone a massive restructuring right now. They've looked at their balance sheets, they've assessed, it's been led by HSBC and other creditors now. They're undergoing a massive restructuring. But you're looking at this sector and you're saying, well, from a realistic perspective, This is one of the most vital sectors that we have. It's food and fast-moving consumer goods, you know. They own Londonderry, for example, here in Dubai.
Okay.
Yes, so you're looking at something that's massively vital, and they're still having to undergo restructuring. And so there's no correct way forward, realistically.
Right.
What you see here is, for example, NMC, which is hospital chain, during COVID.
New medical center.
Exactly,
Gotcha,
exactly.
Yeah.
During COVID, they also underwent restructuring. But what we're seeing in both of these cases is the government will step in to protect vital sectors, right? And so you see here, food, fast-moving consumer goods, this is vital to our economy. And so now we're expecting to see the government will step in the same way that they did with NMC, and they stressed the importance of keeping the hospitals running while COVID was in its outbreak. So you don't really know what the starting point here is when it comes to restructuring. Always the best opportunity, I would say, is to capitalize on transforming debt into equity. But there's no hard and fast rule because it very much is a case-by-case basis based on the business model of the company, based on the jurisdiction. It's never as straightforward as one approach, but you can see that it will happen on any level, whether it's the smallest of companies or the largest of companies. Restructuring is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just an opportunity to rejuvenate.
Okay. Let's talk communication because I mean, I guess you spend a lot of your time sitting talking, listening to woes, and that's part of the day-to-day, isn't
100%.
it? Early intervention is really important, but communication leading up to that is key because there's a great benefit from working towards, I don't know, if you're in a situation, a consensual workout with a bank, for example, rather than leaving things hanging and heading perhaps in a legal direction in your business. I mean, the point is to communicate, to talk about it, isn't it?
Agreed. And this is what the new legal framework actually puts in place.
Right.
Our new legal framework right now actually encourages settlement between parties.
And allows for mediation.
Yes, allows for mediation,
Right,
allows for
right.
negotiations. Rather than taking it straight to the courts and rather than taking it straight to court involvement, what you have is these preemptive steps. Because again, like I've said and like I've stressed throughout this entire conversation, the UAE is really taking this approach when it comes to restructuring as this is not the end. This is a new beginning. And so it is encouraging these kind of minute steps to take on the way. And they're in place at law. So they're our baseline. We move forward. We have appointed mediators who handle these situations. And I think that it's important to put focus on that rather than stating that, we're going to go straight to liquidation. We're going to have a court-appointed liquidator. They're going to liquidate all of your assets and they're going to distribute them to all the creditors. This is not what we're seeing right now. We're seeing people really going through kind of these operational, organizational discussions where they're discussing how they can rebuild, readjust, and renegotiate.
So that's communication, that's early intervention, but there's also a need for, I mean, from what you're saying, I get the feeling that transparency is or should be a key policy because particularly when it comes to talking to somebody like you, for example, because you need to know what's going on.
100%.
So that if you're able to be open with a legal team, just as an example, transparency is generally a great policy, I guess, for most people. But if you're open with a legal team, that mitigates personal liability potentially, doesn't it?
I mean, you're looking at it more from the perspective if you're open with the lender than with the legal team. Because
in this instance, yeah, you're right.
If you're looking at it from the perspective of being open with the lender, let's say, for example, the lender is going to run these really, really intensive due diligence checks on you that weren't necessarily a requirement in previous loans and transactions that we had pre-2020, I would say.
Right.
Now we're seeing that the lenders are being a bit more diligent in how they go about knowing their customers. And this is really important. And because of that, we're seeing that, like you said, the liability is shifted slightly onto the lender. The lender is now responsible to do their diligence, to ensure that they know their customer before they're giving out massive sums of money. This is really important.
It's buyer beware,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Yeah.
You have to know who you're dealing with. And I think that the framework that we have at law here really does put stress on that, which is very important. And I think this whole concept of more due diligence, we're going to see more of it now post-conflict, because people are going to be, foreign investors are going to be more aware of, the stigma around the region. And so they're going to have a bit more of a cautionary approach when it comes to throwing all of their assets in. And we're going to see this now with mergers and acquisitions as well. It's not that people will stop wanting to participate. Everyone right now has their knives out, but they're just waiting to make the first cut. But
We're in that mercenary world again.
exactly, we're in the mercenary world again, but you're waiting to make the first cut. You don't want to cut too close to the vein. So they're just being a little bit more cautious. They're being a little bit more preemptive. We're seeing this reflected with banks. We're seeing this reflected with companies that are hoping to merge. We're seeing this across the board. This is a very positive thing. It's not a negative thing. Yes, 100%, we can characterize it as negative. We can say, oh, people used to be so willing and ready to invest in the region without a second thought. That second thought is necessary because it's going to protect the vitality of the region.
I think that's a fair point to make. That's another level of safety, another level of security, I suppose. In your chosen field, the law, what we've seen in the last 5 or 6 years, particularly since COVID, I think, is the legal landscape has moved. Incredibly fast isn't close. It's kind of lightning speed.
100%.
It really is. It's amazing. And I wanted to bring up Federal Decree Law Number 2020, Law Number 20 of 2025. Let me get this right. Fully in effect this year. It's the mechanics of merging or even moving companies has changed, right? So, and I wanted to ask you, how has that made it easier? Has it made it easier to restructure a business that may be struggling? That's, as far as I can see, that's another stage that we've seen very recently.
No, 100%.
Am I reading that?
No, you're reading that absolutely correct.
Right.
And again, it goes back and it speaks to the way that the government wants to get involved to keep businesses afloat. They don't want businesses to die. And so now we're discussing.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Welcome to Crossroads. This is Dima Magalse. I'm here with my amazing co-host, David Tully. I forgot how to introduce the show because we kept talking forever about various topics and we didn't know where to start from. Hi, David.
Hello, Dima.
Just a reminder that this is Crossroads comes as a collaboration between Mira Business FM and Middlesex University, Dubai.
Exactly. We got to give them a shout out. Thank you.
We always start with them, so now we could do the other way around.
Right now, Rachel's scrambling for the phone over in marketing.
And you can find us on Apple Podcast.
Maybe soon. Yeah.
YouTube, Spotify, and Mira Business FM website.
And many others. As many platforms as there are in the land.
Yes. How's the week been for you, David?
Hot, steamy, and with escalating traffic, as we found out.
Yes.
Yeah. But you sent me a little something earlier about, earlier in this week, that it was not taking place here, about the Cannes Film Festival that you wanted to talk about.
Yes, yeah, correct. So this time, for the first time, also there's an official representation for Dubai at the Cannes Film Festival. Usually there are people who are attending, but mainly on individual basis. But this time is more focused on business. as in they are trying to promote UAE or mainly Dubai as infrastructure for film.
Yeah.
And this is a great move because usually through our discussions and us as filmmakers, we always know that we don't really have film industry as in the movie industry as much, but we are mainly having the commercial side of the industry. So now it seems that there's more highlight on promoting it or getting that infrastructure for film.
So this is a concerted effort to drum up, to bring in film production into the region. Is that correct?
Mainly, not only film production, but also to create films as we have like locations, we do have studios, maybe collaborations. So it's more of a long-term projects.
And how is this different from other efforts in the past, would you say?
This was more structured and more with a concise plan. So basically, Dubai Film and Games Commission, they're the ones who are like basically representing Dubai for that. So it is coming more of a structured plan than just like general collaborations and other things.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, since this is news, that gives us a perfect segue to introduce our guest this week.
Yes, correct. So today our guest is Michael Jabri Pickett. Michael, he's a leader in the news organizations and the newsroom. He worked for the past 23 years, I would say, for almost 8 news agencies. Between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, global affairs commentator of Al Arabiya English. He has helped shape multiple major English language media institutions in the Gulf over the last 2 decades. I like that you agree. Yeah. I'm on the right track.
Got it so far.
Yeah. You've also worked at Gulf News, helped launch The National in Abu Dhabi, later worked with Qatar Foundation and became editor-in-chief of Khalij Times in 2023. Founder of This Is Dubai, which is a digital media platform. Now, guys, you can understand why it took us forever to get into the show. Because we had to.
There was a lot to learn.
There's a lot to talk about. And Alpha, welcome to the show, Micah.
Thank you for having me. And I think when I go to a restaurant, I'd like to have you there, and you can introduce me to the staff, just as you did.
She's available for parties.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's start with the last, which is That Is Dubai.
This is Dubai.
This is Dubai. Sorry.
So it's actually this period is period Dubai period. Emphatic. Trying to be a little bit more dramatic.
So you have to have that in your delivery.
Yes.
This is Dubai.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm not coming from a news background. I'm more on the softer
all
side
showbiz,
of
baby.
storytelling,
All showbiz.
filmmaking. Right? But it's good. But this is Dubai, and
Yes.
this is
There it
Michael
is.
Jabri
Yeah, she's
Pickett.
getting
She did it.
By George, she's got it.
Fantastic.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So why this is Dubai?
So the short, quick, flippant answer is I've been fired from other places, so I had to start my own.
Yeah, no, the actual term is creative differences, right?
Fine. If we want to go with that road, yes. In fact, I would say the last one where I was fired, actually, out of all the places where I have worked, it's the only one, KT's the only one where I was fired from. And I look at it more as we had a new CEO who came in. And because you and I were talking before about sports, and I'm a bit of a sports guy. And so I think in that situation, the way I sort of look at it is that I wasn't his person. The CEO came in and he didn't hire me. I was hired by the previous CEO. So the new CEO comes in, works a little bit, after a few months realizes that he and I are on the same wavelength, and then has to make a change. And that's very similar in the world. I play a lot of ice hockey. You and I would call it hockey. People out here call it ice hockey.
As opposed to other types of hockey?
Well, the field hockey is what they call it.
Okay. I stand corrected. You're right.
You know, the Brits and the Indians, they have field hockey, right?
Right,
So
right.
that to them is hockey.
Okay.
What I play is ice hockey, so I say ice hockey here. But for my Canadian fellow listeners, it's hockey. We know that. So anyhow, what would happen is a general manager would come in, and the coach would already be there. After a year working together, the GM says, "You're not my guy. I want to bring in my own guy." And so that's kind
Did
of
he
how.
literally say that? Like that?
No, so I stormed out of the meeting with HR when they told me I was going to get fired. So I don't know the official reason, but in my mind, that's kind of how I've wrapped around it, because
Makes sense.
we never had like an obvious disagreement. but he wanted, his own person, and that's just the way of the world.
It's kind of like in film studios when a new head of the film studio comes in and there's all these producers who have projects going and they might even be almost done and the studio is just like, they kind of push them out and then they want those producers gone.
Absolutely.
From the lot. Yeah.
You know, when I was reading about you, the second search after your name was Michael Jabri Pickett fired.
So this I can talk about this because it's my most popular and I don't know, I guess successful LinkedIn post.
Yeah.
I think it has almost 250,000 impressions.
1,300 something likes,
Yeah.
reactions, and 300 something comments.
Yeah, it went. I think it's the only thing that I've done that's gone viral.
I don't think 1,300 people have ever even seen a post about
And
it.
the reason it did that, I'm sure, don't undersell yourself. I'm sure the reason why is because I started it with, in quotation marks, "You're firing me," and that I think sort of hooked into the algorithm of so many people.
Yeah.
And also, we were doing some really good stuff at KT. We were focused on producing and breaking a lot of great stories. And what I like to tell people, because page views is such an important part of the game nowadays, if you took the number 2 in the market and the number 3 in the market, and you combined them and you doubled them, we had more monthly page views than that number. Now that's shifted in the last little while. I'd like to think because I've left, but I'm sure that there are other reasons as well. But it was a shock because the reason why I was hired was to help bring back the reputation of Khaleej Times, which is, it was the first English language newspaper in the UAE, established in 1978. And so it had a lot of really good legacy issues going for it. But it had sort of fallen on hard times. And so they were trying to do something a little bit different. I was the first non-Indian who was the editor-in-chief of the paper. And it was working. But as I've said, these things happen, difference of opinion, and so they decided to go in a different direction.
And I think these reactions shows how many people can relate to that as well.
Yeah.
Like once you see fired, someone else got fired. What's going on there?
It was interesting. I was fired at 58, and the last time I had been fired was 18. So I'd gone 40 years. So I figure I'll be dead by the time it comes around again.
Law of averages, yes.
Yes.
So, what do you think you did differently that, not that got you fired, that made it work?
So I'm a big believer in local news. And it's, I think, a blind spot for a lot of the top editors in the country because, and I don't want to name names, but if you look at the people who's in charge, the person who's in charge at KT now and the person who's in charge at Gulf News now, I think combined, they have a total of less than 4 years in the country. So their ability to interact with the local community, and by local I don't mean Emiratis, but the people who live here, is not very strong. Their strength is international news. And we know it takes years and years being in this market before you get the nuance, before you understand, especially when it comes to journalism, what can I talk about? What can't I talk about? As I say, it's not a free press here, so you have to be aware that there's a line you have to walk. What we did is we focused on the 5 key areas that affect people who live in the country. So everybody is affected by weather. Everybody is affected by traffic. Everybody's affected by real estate, healthcare, and then most people, education. And those 5 topics, those beats, can be covered almost the same as if you were in New York, Toronto, or any other part of the world, because they're not political.
Yeah.
Occasionally you'll come across an issue, but for the most part, you can hammer those issues consistently. And what's happened in Dubai is people come here, golden visas, or they're able to buy property, generations now are able to stay. People care about the local news. Is there going to be another Salak toll, Or for us, what did really well for us when I think it changed was the April floods. Things were so different and our coverage was responsible, and yet it was so much better than the competitions. And I will say that the national, is focused on international news or Abu Dhabi. That's where it's based. And Gulf News was going through its own sort of metamorphosis into what it is today. So for us, it was an opportunity to step into that spotlight. And I think the team at KT, which is still there, it did some really amazing work. I was just sort of saying, let's focus on this. Hopefully, I was taking away some of the distractions. And in fact, you had a former colleague, Sahim, on the show not too long ago, who was in the studio here. And he, is one of those wonderfully strong, talented journalists that still are there at KT, where they focus on the stories that resonate with the audience.
When people are not in journalism field or media field, little do they know how much planning and strategy goes even in news agencies. Or we think that, it's news agency, it just like covers whatever news they have and that's it. But if you can give us more about behind the scenes on which strategies do you follow, how do you decide that, the workflow behind that in the newsrooms as well.
So the tricky thing about being a journalist is, especially when you're coming out to this part of the world, right? And we had so few journalists on our team who were Emiratis. So everybody's coming from somewhere else. We all come with our own preconceived ideas that what we learned in our home country and also what we think we want to cover here. And what you want to cover here when you're new on the ground is usually the big sexy story that I think we can all relate to when it comes to, workers' rights or some of the other issues that really don't get, too much attention here for obvious reasons. So what I tried to do was get the team to just focus on the core topics. And then we would have very in-depth conversations with the stuff that we thought would be a little bit controversial. And instead of maybe publishing it today, we would hold on to it for a couple of days. We would reach out to government officials. We would make sure that they had an opportunity to respond. So it wasn't that there was a strategy that was so different from anybody else. It was just that I believed in local news. What's going to bring us the greatest number of eyeballs? What is it that people care about? And I think we all know that where you and I come from, it's, all politics is local politics. And the stuff that usually does really well when it comes to media is the local stuff, right? Are there going to be free parking in a certain part of the city over the Eid holidays? What are the hours for the private sector versus public sector when there's a holiday coming up? The stuff that affects your day-to-day life. So I said, let's focus on that, and let's push aside some of the stuff that is not as popular with the majority of people.
And it worked.
It did.
And have you brought that philosophy or that approach over to This Is Dubai?
So I like how you said that. So yes.
I've been trained.
And that's, so we have an editorial mandate, and I know that might sound strange to people who are focused more on digital because they can get caught doom scrolling. Our editorial mandate is to educate and inform and help Dubai residents navigate life in the city. Now, Dubai is a brand, and it's a bit of a lifestyle brand. There is a lack of hard news. We don't do private lives of the sheikhs. We don't do a lot of government stuff like you might do in other countries. The courts and the police, you're very reliant upon announcements from them. What we try to do is help you learn all the news that you need to know to go on with your life as a resident, as a parent, as an employee. I'll give an example. We gain about 1,000 followers a week on Instagram. Now, during the first week of the war, we were gaining 1,000 followers a day.
Wow.
And that's because, I think it's because we were doing proper journalism as opposed to a lot of the stuff that was out there that was a little bit reckless. And we were also making sure that we relied on official government announcements. So we weren't putting out something too early. The other thing that we try to do, which I think helps us at This Is Dubai, focus on local news. But I come from newspapers, and I've been a journalist for more than 30 years. And what I tried to do is take, the legacy media principles, where there's a little bit of public service element to journalism, and I marry them with modern day consumption patterns. Now, I can't remember the last time I read an 800-word article, but I know that I've watched already so many videos during the course of the day. And that's how people want to consume their content today. For good or for bad, that's just the reality. I also recognize that if I can give people the news that they need to go about their life as a resident of Dubai and in the format in which they want it, then that's going to help us be successful. Editorially, I would say we're doing what I want us to do. This is the third media title I've launched in the UAE. So I'm comfortable launching a product that I know will work. Commercially, that's where I'm stepping into uncharted waters for myself. I've never done the commercial side of things. So if anybody's out there and they want to advertise, please let me know. But that's where I'm definitely learning.
Right. And you mentioned that, yes, the let's say the medium for news or in media in general is changing. It's not relying on text, reading 800 words article anymore. But also on the other side, it's challenging ethic-wise, because it's accessible to everyone. Now you find influencers, you find anyone easily can just post any photo, any news, whatever. There's no credible sources. How challenging is that for news, whether news agencies, whether maybe a news or digital media platform like yours? Is there something which challenges are you actually facing during that? And is there a strategy to keep balance between keeping it accessible to people yet keeping work ethics?
So what I've discovered is that because it's social media, you'll have followers maybe from around the world. But we know that 74% of our followers are based in the UAE, and that's what I'm comfortable with. So while I am trying to be the first to break news, we have a fairly small team. But we also know that what's the point of being first if it's not accurate or if it's going to get us in trouble with the authorities? So there are certain news stories where we really do have to rely upon the official sources, and we'll try and be the first with that. And then it's trying to figure out who you should follow and on what platform. So I think we all know that the Dubai Crown Prince is quite active on Instagram, but more of his official announcement stuff is usually in Arabic on LinkedIn. And then you might have the ruler of Dubai. He's a little bit more popular on LinkedIn as well compared to on Instagram. But there are, like the presidential advisor, he is quite active on X, Twitter. And so if you get a sense of which government entities and which officials you can trust and which speak with the blessing of the government, and then where are they going to be posting their comments first, and it takes a little bit of time. I'm lucky I have a small team, but they're incredibly talented, so knowledgeable, and they are very fast with so many pieces of content on a regular basis that helps us grow.
So would you say when you have to, again, I don't even know if I'm using the right vocabulary at this point, put together a story, would somebody in this day and age, is that what they would do? They would go follow various platforms, and figure out what are the credible platforms, what are the credible sources?
This is one of the things I learned at KT, because I had been in Doha for 4 years before coming back for the KT gig, is that and I'm grateful there's a woman by the name of Karen who's head of digital at Khaleej Times, a fantastic journalist. And they had links to everybody on all the different platforms. So it could be Facebook for some, or it could be Instagram or Twitter, X, whatever the case is, Snapchat and TikTok. Once you know who you can trust, then you just need to find out where they are. The tricky part is, in this country, sometimes some people are going to put it in Arabic before they're going to put it in English. And you want to make sure that you're first. You don't want the Arabic press beating you, or you don't want somebody who can read Arabic at an English paper beating you before. So these are the issues.
There's competition who launch things
100%,
first. Yeah.
100%. And I've noticed this. I think our biggest competition, for different reasons, not all the time, but is Love in Dubai. Now, Love in Dubai is, incredibly successful in the marketplace. Editorially, that's not what I'm comfortable doing, but certainly commercially, they are the beast, right? They have 1.7 million followers. I've got 50,000, right? So there's a big gap there. I'm never going to catch them, but they will make sure that they are covering the stories that matter to them, that are going to go viral. That seems to be what they want to do. What I want to do is make sure that I'm the first. And when I am the first, you can see that our numbers are so much better than the others. And it's so easy nowadays. Back in the day, people could say, how many newspapers do you print and sell? And maybe that's all sort of top secret. But we all know if we go to YouTube or Instagram, we can see how many views, and we can see how many people have liked it. And I know that if we beat the competition, mainly Lovin, with a particular video, that it'll do much better for us than being second in the market.
So growth might be slower, but credibility will be higher.
I wouldn't want to say that about Lovin, because I know Richard Fitzgerald, who owns Augustus, which owns Lovin, he might have a different argument, and I respect that. But from my point of view, what I like to do is make sure that, And I know from having conversations with the National Media Council when I was at KT, is that I don't want to be in a situation where I get a phone call and I have to take something down. And I know a lot of outlets, that'll be an issue. And maybe you'll just be sort of flying too close to the sun, and you'll say something that's maybe a little bit inappropriate, and I don't want to go down that road. So I would rather make sure that I'm a little bit slower but reliable.
You know, we have in our media program, we have specialization for creative writing and journalism. And while working with journalism students, I find them they're very shy in their approach to stories. Though they have the time, it's not about speed or news, even feature stories, because they don't think they do have that much freedom in terms of stories here. And we're
So
working...
you think that's unique to journalism students here, or is that, or are you saying, or is actually, you are saying that's unique to here, journalism students, that they're shy?
No, I'm saying they are shy in their approach because they know it's more a reserved country. There isn't much freedom in the terms of stories or their approach, and we're trying to work on, but don't ditch your story, but maybe you can have a balance between how you approach it, which angle, still sticking to facts, right? But mainly I see they are trying to, they're walking on eggshells because they don't want to get into trouble with any stories. So how do you see this reflects on journalists' approach here, or what advice would you give them?
So the biggest issue that journalists face here is self-censorship. It's because of that reason that you said.
Yeah.
They think, so as an example, if I have 10 strong points that I want to include in a story, I might think before I submit it to my editor, maybe I need to take out a couple of these things. So now I'm down to 8 good points. And I send it to my editor. And the first editor goes through it and he says, maybe this is a little bit too much. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm going to take out a couple of points. I'm now down to 6 strong points. It goes to the person who's doing the page, writing the headline. They're now thinking 1 or 2 of these maybe. So now you're down to 5 and you started at 10. Now, partly it's because, and maybe I'm speaking out of school, but I've done that before. The National Media Council does not put out a list of do's and don'ts. They like the lack of clarity.
Just keep it vague.
Yes, because today you did a story, no problem. Next week, you do the exact same story, there's an issue. And the issue is something's going on behind the scenes that you don't know about, and there's no way you would know it about. But somebody with a little bit of wasta calls somebody and says, I don't care for that. And these things will start to snowball. Now, I'm not saying that that's how it happens, but because there is a lack of clarity, in my mind, over 23 years of working as a journalist here, that's kind of how I've pieced it together to help myself and my team understand that sometimes there aren't going to be a lot of answers as to why there is something that is sensitive. We know
That's incredibly difficult. It's an incredibly difficult way to work.
100%. That's why you need to make sure that you've done, and I say I've probably hired 100 people as journalists in this country in my time here. And what I've always said is it's tougher to be a journalist here in the UAE than it is in any Western free press, quote unquote, market. And the reason is, if you're my editor and I have a really good relationship with you, I can write a 500-word story with anonymous sources. I can't do that here. I need people on the record with their name, standing by the quotes after they're published to be able to back up what I'm saying and what they said.
Of course, at the same time, that's also more responsible.
Absolutely it is. Yes, it is more responsible. And it puts more of an onus on the journalist and also the news organization to make sure they get it right and to marry the two. The other issue is a cultural one here, which is I can land in a country anywhere in the world and I can pick up the phone and I can call the cops and I can speak to their press office and get information. That's not going to work here. And if I do have somebody who's in the know and wants to talk to me, well, they're not going to answer my call without knowing me. They want to meet, have coffee, maybe have tea, maybe come to iftar, get to know each other before they recognize, oh, you are somebody that I can trust. So you have to invest the time. And that's one of the challenges that you'll get is that I'm a bit of an anomaly being a Westerner who's worked here for so long. You'll get people who come for 2 or 3 years as a stepping stone to build their career to go on to something else. but they might not have invested the time to build up all those contacts with all those people that trust them.
It's also challenging for journalist identity because I don't want them as students just to cover news, write general features about whatever events they have. Like I keep saying, like have a cause, have a voice. If you're interested in human rights, keep your stories, dig deeper in that. Be like the expert of that field as a journalist. And when you look at international journalists, like Anthony Bourdain, for example, or others, they do have identity. Don't you think this also here, it forces journalists to have the same approach, or it neutralizes things?
So I think one of the reasons why you don't have, I mean, I've been here for a long time, and I don't know that I'm, super well known. And I think the reason is because what rises to the top here is the media title itself, rather than the individuals, partly because people come and go and they switch jobs and whatnot, but also because at the end of the day, I might get into trouble, but my owner would probably get into a lot more trouble if there was something that was, not so cool going on. And so I think that the pressure not to be too recognizable as an individual here is greater. And the other challenge is that you will find even editors at a newspaper, they might not know the lines themselves, so they might not know if they can back you on this particular story. So then they run into the same, well, maybe that's a little bit too, let's tone the headline down a little bit. So there are ways that you can do a lot of these stories, but it does, as you said earlier, it takes a long time to sort of get to the point where you're comfortable doing them.
Yeah, and I can also see why you stick to those 5 core ones, topics, because you can see that you would not hit those roadblocks quite so often.
You do with the real estate one, for instance, if you're talking about a developer that has maybe not promised, or a developer who's being accused of maybe not sort of following the law carefully because they've had investors and investors have lost money. And so that one can be a little bit tricky. And the health one can be tricky too, where, and I'm sure I wasn't here for COVID, I was in Doha, but I'm sure that during COVID, there were certain areas where people were not necessarily able to say what a doctor might have said, right? They needed to not include the doctor's quote. They needed to make sure that they were, being very careful. And one of the things the government does emphasize here is that demand that you be responsible, not just for what you say, but also, you're spreading a word and you also have a big audience and they want to make sure that you take that seriously. And I think, say what you will about Donald Trump, but when he talks about fake news, there are some outlets that practice that, and influencers in particular, where they're saying something and you realize they went to a source that wasn't verifiable.
I mean, he calls CNN a lot on the anonymous source thing, which you brought up, and they do it a lot.
Yes.
They do it a lot.
Absolutely. And that's one of those, if they were practicing journalism like we practice here, where I'm going to interview Dave, and Dave is we're going to have a recording of it, and then you're going to stand by it after it's published, but you and I have a relationship. You and I both know that we value our responsibility to practice proper journalism in this country and also to say something responsibly, that we're going to want to make sure that we get accurate information out. Not just that it protects us, but it also makes sure that we properly inform our audience. That's not the case. Back home, there is an awful lot of, you need more clicks, you need more likes, you need to go viral, you need the confrontation, you need the stuff that people are going to be attracted to.
And that's the first priority.
Yes.
I'm really glad you brought up Donald Trump because he's driving me crazy.
You don't hear enough about that guy anymore.
Yes.
You don't hear enough about that guy anymore. It's a good thing we brought him up.
Now, here's something I'm interested in, and I want to ask people this, and I'm going to ask you. I'll ask my 2 co-hosts today.
Yeah, please.
So, with Donald Trump,
Yeah.
I have a theory. I won't say what it is yet. What do you think the responsible media approach to covering Donald Trump should be?
Oh.
To have another
Well, you're
person.
actually teaching in journalism, so you're qualified.
If it was up to me, I would get another representative to speak on his behalf. So they filter things at least.
So that's not too far from what I think, because I think you could go to especially an American news organization's website, and you could see Donald Trump in 8 out of every 10 headlines. And I think that there should be more care taken to only cover what he does, not what he says.
But they wouldn't get those clicks.
Exactly.
I mean, CNN feeds off him. As much as they love to hate him, and they love to hate him, he generates all of their content. He's their only reason for existing.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I think I see where you're going. Like that the responsible thing would be to not cover him as extensively as the people who hate him do.
Yes.
To ignore him, so it would go away, in a way.
But of course, he wouldn't let you do. I mean, this is a reality TV star. It's ingrained in him to have the "this is Dubai" sort of punchline, right? You're fired.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it live on the air. He's a fascinating guy. I said this at a dinner party 2 weeks ago, and it made the host start crying. And it turned out later she is German, and in German, fascinating automatically means positive. So she thought I was saying he's a wonderful, beautiful human being. I wasn't exactly saying that.
No.
I'm not saying he isn't,
but he is interesting. He is fascinating.
Of course
yes,
he is.
Absolutely.
He shapes reality.
You know, interesting that you say they're doing this mainly for clicks and views and stuff. Honestly, I reached a point that whenever I see like a speech for him or whatever, I switch off the channel or something. Like I don't hear any of his news because I feel I don't want to overwork my brain for misleading information. But what do you think is actually happening with him? Like, is it just me? What is he on about?
He just needs a hug, Diva. That's what's happening.
So I have...
Because like many say that he is misinformed. Others say it's just like a political war, playing around with words. So it's strategized and intentional. Now you're saying it's actually because of his association with CNN, and this is how they get more interaction. So what's going on?
So I think okay,
Clear it up.
So because I have such close contact with Donald Trump, so I believe he's insecure, and he's a reality TV star, which means that he needs not just your love in an ideal way, but he also hopefully gets your attention. And because of his experience, he recognizes that the best way for him to get attention is to be in front of the camera all the time. Say what you will about being fascinating. He is the most accessible president the United States have ever had, right?
Yeah.
He will talk to the media for hours every day. He also is going to be 80 this summer. And I think one of the issues he's struggling with now is, much like 80-year-old men, he's saying the quiet bits out loud. The stuff that he shouldn't be talking about, he talks about. He goes on diatribes. He goes off when he was at Davos several months ago. You could tell when he was sticking to the script and when he was going off script. And he is, I think, also cognitively dealing with issues that 80-year-old people would deal with. And that, I think, is playing a part. The other thing that Donald Trump learned from the second term compared to the first term is, in the first term, he still had career professionals around him. This time, he recognized, I want to do what I want to do. I don't want professionals telling me what's best. I want them doing what I want them to do. So he has people around him who aren't experienced. Kash Patel, this is the man who's the director of the FBI. He was a podcaster before. He was also a lawyer, but he was never working in a law enforcement agency. And he is the top person. He is the J. Edgar Hoover of 2026. That seems misplaced. But he will do exactly what Donald Trump tells him to do. And that's where he doesn't have the guide rails like he once did to sort of play between the lines.
I can't imagine myself being in newsroom just getting constant updates about Donald Trump, and I have to...
I mean, it's been eye-opening hearing from a practicing journalist about, I still have since my entire worldview is shaped by movies, I have the idea that they're all
Broadcast News is a wonderful movie.
Yeah, well, I'm even going back before that, guys in the fedoras, running through the streets looking for the big story and running into a phone booth and talking like that. That's my idea of a reporter, out on the beat. And you're saying the beat is now them sitting by their phone, just checking Instagram, checking LinkedIn to a certain degree. So a president like that, who's so accessible, as you said, as no president has ever been, it's a dream for a journalist.
PBS did an in-depth study recently, and I'm not going to get the numbers right, but they just looked at over his, 15, 16 months that he's been in office the second term, the number of tweets. And it works out to, I think it's 17 tweets a day consistently. Now, that's, if you were to take away the time, say you're sleeping for 7 hours, that's one tweet an hour every waking hour. I don't know that I have that many thoughts. Certainly, I have not that many thoughts that I would want the public to know about. But he will do it unfiltered when he talks about ending a civilization, for instance. You know, there aren't the guardrails to sort of protect him from himself. And I've said this to other people. Imagine, like one of the reasons why in the midterms, most Americans think that the Democrats will take back the House and maybe the Senate is because Donald Trump says the most outrageous things. But imagine all social media was taken away from him and you could only go by his comments directly to the press or his actions of his administration. It would be much more difficult, I think, to disagree with him. I think so many people disagree with him now because his tweets are so outrageous.
What do you mean by it would be so hard to disagree with him? You mean people would agree with his policies?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Because they would see him talking to the press. They would see what he's doing. And yet his own worst enemy is himself.
But I don't think that's his enemy. I think that's planned strategy myself. I mean, his whole life is the art of the deal, and his approach to the deal, from my assessment, says also not an insider, but my assessment, he just likes to get people rattled by saying outrageous things. He's got an idea of what he wants to do all the time, and he says crazy things to have people flailing left and right while he goes right for what he wants. So I think it's a godsend to him to have all these platforms to make outrageous things and get people even more rattled.
That sounds too strategic, and
I think it is.
But he's not strategic like that.
But we're living in a world. We're living in his reality. I mean, this is what I was saying that was getting everybody so upset at the dinner party. I say, like him or hate him, he shapes reality like nobody I've ever seen, certainly in my lifetime, or really read about in history books too much. So he shapes reality. We live in his reality. So clearly, he's got a strategy.
I think he has what he likes to do. I don't think it's strategic, though, because I think strategically you would be a little bit more. Now, let me backtrack. Is it appealing, everything that he says, to his mega base? Yes, 100%. But
I'm not even sure about that.
I think so.
Base doesn't like the Iran war at all. They don't like
any
sort of.
But it's only temporary. It's fine. Like that's how they sort of shuck it off, right? Whereas what got him elected was the independents, right, and the swing voters. And those are the people who are going, I'm now not necessarily Democratic, but I sure as heck am not for that.
Yeah. No.
That, I think, is where he's going to struggle.
You're absolutely right. What he was something different. People were so fed up with the establishment Democrats, the establishment Republicans, and he wasn't either of them. He was Trump. In
fact, before he ran, people thought he might come out as a Democrat.
Yeah. I think he even was a registered Democrat. And then he saw that the Republican Party was in ruins. Right. He just went in and found a hollowed out party and took it over.
Sure.
And the Democrats desperately need somebody like him over there, too, because they're a hollowed out party.
Yeah, it's the cult of personality.
Yeah.
And I like J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, the two who are like considered the heir apparent. They don't have what he has.
No.
Again, much like you said, fascinating. Whatever it is, he's got something.
Yeah.
When he's on the ballot, Republicans win. Yes. And that's why I think it's going to be tough in the midterms, because he's not on the ballot. And I think that the Republicans could be in trouble.
Okay, apart from that, because I'm a politics addict, so whenever I see this analysis and you have 10 people on the table and analyzing and stuff, like I really liked what one geopolitical analyst said, that I don't refer anything to whatever he said, I just take actions.
That's basically what you were saying,
pretty much
right?
what you said, that ditch everything he said, just follow actions and strategically what is happening on ground. But then, apart from the distraction he creates to people, And now being involved, like everyone is concerned, are we on the verge of a third world war or not? Apart from that, politically, how does this serve him? So he is doing all this, I would say it, mess for public opinion. But for someone who should be really busy with military, with country strategies and stuff, how does this serve him?
So I would say objectively, because I'd like to, I'm not his fan, but I can see when he's done some good things. I don't think it does serve him. And this is where he suffers from not having professionals around him. To your first point, I would say, a lot of people would say, don't take him literally, but take him seriously. Right? So he says, I'm going to end a civilization. Yeah, hyperbole. But you have to take him seriously when he says that he's on the cusp of doing something dramatic. I think his issue is that I don't think he's strategic, and I've argued that for a long time. I really don't think he is. He suffers from recency bias, and that's one of the issues. So the people that would say that the Israeli prime minister convinced him to go down this road, it was because he was the last person that sort of finally talked to him before he ended up going ahead with it. And that, I think, is true, that a lot of people have said that. What he also deals with, he doesn't, by everybody's accounts, critics as well as friends have said he doesn't read the daily briefing reports that he receives. He watches a lot of Fox News, and he sees what excites them as the hosts and what gets them going. And because, again, I don't think we can underplay it, but he was a reality TV star for almost 10 years. So that's very much ingrained to him, especially if you have a producer saying, look, we're trying to grow for a dramatic hook, or we're trying to make sure that this is, going to go viral. And that's where he comes up with that line, you're fired. That, I think, is still ingrained in him. Add in the fact that he doesn't have a policy with a lot of these issues. Remember, he campaigned on no more foreign wars. And what's he doing, right? He did Venezuela, and then, of course, this one as well. He's also talked about affordability and how he was going to lower prices. These were all campaign issues. He was going to release the Epstein files. The stuff that he talked about campaigning, the stuff that got him elected, he's done none of that. And I think that's where, if Susie Wiles, who's his chief of staff, if she was a little bit more forceful, she could maybe get him to stick a little bit more to the point consistently, but then you get him in front of a microphone and, he's going to go and do his thing.
As you were, sorry, David, you wanted to ask a question?
Go ahead.
Because we were talking about this is the first time we find a president who gets that much of attention and literally like shaping reality. Do you think this in news-wise and journalism-wise would create a shift somehow? Because, when someone slaps another person, suddenly everyone feels more free to slap others. I don't know why this specifically.
I agree. He's turned all of reality into a reality show.
It creates more freedom for others, or like it pushes them out of their comfort zone. If Donald Trump is saying whatever he wants, I have to respond with whatever I want. Right?
I mean, we haven't seen it too much, or have we?
Where?
I think you're asking in sort of a general.
I'm saying he doesn't have the typical president's speeches and announcements and in news and stuff, which is changing how others might approach things as well. Like it's breaking the usual structure we are used to from having a structured politician, having an agenda, all these kind of things. Do you think this would create a shift in public opinion and would create a shift in news in general?
I think it will create politicians who think they can emulate what he's done. But again, I think he is
a school of one.
Yes,
I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're a journalist. When I was a kid, I loved Hunter S. Thompson. Hunter S. Thompson. If you read any Hunter S. Thompson, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, Fear and Loathing, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Gonzo journalism.
Yes.
And he was outrageous, and he was himself the story. And you would have thought, and he was very popular. They made movies out of him. Johnny Depp, even years later, made a movie. Bill Murray made a movie. But nobody's imitated him because he's a school of one. He's inimitable. And I would think in politics, Trump is the same way.
Yeah, I think that look at all of the elected representatives who voted to charge him after the January 6th riots. He has now taken retribution, and I think there's only one who he has not challenged in a primary. All the others, he's made sure that they've been defeated. And I can't imagine even Barack Obama having, not that he would necessarily be that petty, but I can't imagine him having that power to make that, where an endorsement of a candidate is going to be so successful that the person he dislikes, Donald Trump dislikes, is going to lose. That truly, and I think sometimes the expression cult of personality can be overused, but with Donald Trump, I think it really is, to your point, a one of one. I don't know. Now, Charlie Kirk, for instance, he was very helpful with what he was doing with campuses, getting young people to vote, and TikTok. Those, I think, are points that we've learned from. Zohran Mamdani, mayor of New York, we saw how successful he was on social media. Donald Trump is on social media. I think people will realize, oh, I can go unfiltered to my masses without having to go to the media. I think that is definitely here to stay. But I think it's going to be, as a left-leaning liberal, I would hope that people who are going to come into power are going to take maybe some of the methods that Donald Trump introduced without taking the actual message that he brought with him.
Well, Mamdani was probably a good example of that, of somebody who's a very different message, but probably using very similar methods.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at what he did with the New York budget recently, where there were $12 billion in debt when he came into power, and within, what has it been, less than 6 months, he's balanced it. Now, he did some things that most politicians would not have done, because he was going to tax, the rich a little bit more, and he was going to sort of dig into some of the issues so that he could do the basic stuff. But so this is the example that I use. Imagine if Donald Trump, when he first called in the National Guard, it was in Washington, D.C. Now, he said that there was too much crime, too much homelessness. Imagine that he had seen that, identified it, and named it. And then he said to the mayor and the police chief, and to, because it's DC, and to Democrats as well, I want a committee that is bipartisan. And I want you all to figure out a plan so that we can figure out the homelessness. I'm going to give you 10,000 National Guardsmen who are going to come and patrol the city. If he did it that way, instead, he saw it, he named it, and then he brought in the National Guard himself and made it a Republican issue. And that's where I think he sort of shot himself in the foot. If he had just named it, identified it, and named it, I think people would say, oh, he's actually doing, and then if he was working with the Democrats as well as the local police chief and the local mayor to make sure that the National Guard were used to everybody's advantage, where everybody's on the same page, that's where he goes a little bit too far, and I think his ego gets in the way, and where he's not strategic. Yes, he can push these things through, but you listen to the Republicans, they fear they're going to get it in the neck in about 6 months because they're just going to get slaughtered. Right now, most people think that Democrats will take over the House. There's a good chance they could take over the Senate. If that happens, Trump is then going to be a lame duck president for the remaining 2 years, and the biggest fear is going to happen, or could happen, which is he gets impeached again. And then nothing else happens for his administration. So he has to be a little bit more aware that although he's not on this ballot, he is going to be in office for 2 more years after the midterms. And it might not go well.
You had something?
Well, I did want to talk a little bit about if he was, to a certain extent, I don't know if I'd say created, enabled by a certain media culture. And there's reality shows, and that's one thing. And yes, that was a big part of it. But before the show, we were talking about education. And I was wondering if we could briefly segue into that, too, because how do you bring up a new generation to not enable somebody like this? If we're talking about that there could be other people coming along, how do you train the next generation of journalists?
I think one of the issues, now I was in Doha at the Qatar Foundation, and they have 6 American university campuses. One is Northwestern. And they teach journalism/communications there. And most of their students are Qataris or other Khalijis or people from India and Pakistan. And they teach Western journalism. And I think this is the issue. that a lot of schools in this part of the world face is that the people who are teaching are coming from the West. But the journalism that you might practice is not.
You need it localized.
I was a journalist, worked at a national newspaper in Toronto for 5 years before I came out here. Did internships at other newspapers, at Reuters. I was a proper journalist. I came out here, and it's proper journalism, and it's a different kind of proper journalism. And yet the people who are teaching the programs here have never worked as journalists here. So how can they teach something that they only are familiar with by watching CNN? Yes, CNN has an office in Abu Dhabi, but the majority of journalism that's being practiced in this part of the world is not the same as what you would practice in Washington and New York. So I think that that's part of the challenge, is that they haven't embraced the idea that journalism in this part of the world is different than journalism in different parts. Now, the storytelling components and principles are 100% the same. And as I've said, I think it's tougher to be a journalist here than to be one in the West. But I don't know that they've, and maybe it's because the CNNs and the BBCs, they seem to be sexier to the younger generation, so let's teach them that. And maybe the students have that idea that they want to go and work at CNN or BBC, and that's sort of their path forward. So I understand that. But I don't think that there's enough awareness that's taught in the classrooms about what it's like to work as a journalist, in the UAE.
And this goes back to what we talked about censorship. How do you actually approach stories? Because even if they have real human stories or interesting stories, they still approach it BBC way or CNN way, not necessarily. And this clashes with the censorship that we have here, right? So two different schools against each other. So you need a middle ground somehow between them.
So I'll give you, sorry, before you jump in, I'll give you, again, you're my co-host, David. So I'll give you one, not the first time people say that to me. I'll give you one quick example.
Yeah.
Now in the West, the expression, if it bleeds, it leads, right? The sexy stuff goes at the top. Now, if there's something that's a little bit controversial here, and the UAE have commented on it, the best way is to lead with the official government response. And then you get into the stuff. Because most people here will focus on the headline, the picture, and then maybe the first one or two graphs. Not too many people are going to get to graph 16. And that's where, the controversial stuff is. So if you can do it in a way that is a little bit almost, it's the opposite of being instinctive, it will allow you to be, a little bit more successful in this market.
What do you mean by the opposite of instinctive?
So the instinctive thing is something incredibly amazing happens, you would lead the story with that bit. But that bit might be incredibly controversial.
I see. So
you wait for the government to issue a response, they did, and then you can get the controversial stuff into the story, but it's buried into the piece.
Okay. So what I was going to say a second ago was a little off that. I was thinking about, you were talking right now about the differences between approaching a news story in this part of the world versus another part of the world. But in a more global sense, do you think there's going to be a shift in how journalism is done? Meaning anywhere in the world, leaving aside things like sensitive issues. I'm thinking more about the entire approach to storytelling and how they frame a story, how they handle a story, how they convey a story. Or do you think that's an eternal thing that is not going to change?
I think the way that the global media landscape has shifted with Rupert Murdoch and the way that Fox News in the States has become so successful. Now we know, no matter if you're a little bit aware of politics, you know what news you're going to get or the angle of the news based on the outlet, because every outlet nowadays they either lean left or right.
Right.
There aren't too many that are in the center.
Are there any?
Well, here we are. We'd have to drum our fingers on the table to sort of spend some time thinking about it.
Never mind. But I see where you're going. Yeah.
And so, again, I think the basic principle of storytelling is the same, no matter where you are and no matter what story you're telling. But it used to be, So the accusation that would, or the comment that would be made is that journalists are supposed to be impartial. That's not true. Journalists are never impartial. What you want to do is that if you're going to be writing a story and you have somebody reading that story, you don't want that reader to know what your political leanings are. You've done such a good job of speaking to both sides, right? So the story comes out to be, hopefully, a very factually based piece of reporting, because you've got 50% from here and 50% from there, and you haven't left out key pieces of information. That's how it should be done, but that's not how it's done today. So news organizations, I think, are now owned more often by big, giant operations, corporations, and we see this with CBS in the States. It's now owned by Ellison's, or Larry Ellison?
Yeah, Larry Ellison.
And he now also is going to be owning CNN if this deal goes through. He will often want approval from, the administration. So he's going to make sure, much with Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post, that the coverage is a little bit more leaning in favor of whoever's the person in power.
Or is it that, I mean, you said something a few minutes ago I just wanted to come back to. You said we all see how successful Fox News is, and it is enormously successful. If you look at the ratings, the viewers, blah, blah, blah. Why, in your opinion?
So in my opinion, because they've recognized that, now, the challenge that Fox has is their demographic is dying, right? They're just getting older.
This is true, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And so what they realized at a certain point is who's going to be our target audience, and what does that target audience have in common, and let's make sure that we give them the content they want. So it becomes very much an echo chamber. So you're watching Fox News because they're saying the same things that you believe.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I'm watching Fox News for a different perspective. I'm watching Fox News to have somebody tell me something that I didn't know. And 95% of the guests that are on Fox News are going to be right-leaning, much like the same on CNN, they're going to be left-leaning. So you're not learning like you might have once learned. Now you're just getting your own opinion reinforced. So if I'm a right-leaning person in the States and I'm watching Fox News, I'm going to be hearing these experts who I've come to trust telling me what I already know. And this is good for my ego. And I'm going to become more loyal because I feel good when I watch this show.
So, again, it's right-leaning, CNN is left-leaning, and they're very clear about that. Even just to dip into a couple of their stories, you can see that right away. But Fox is enormously successful. So if an outlet in another country wanted to learn from their success and apply that, what do you think they should take away? I mean, because you were saying the demographic, they have a very old demographic, that's true. But is it just that there's a lot of old conservative people in America and that's why they're successful? Or is there something else they're doing that could go beyond borders?
So if you were to launch a new product, and I think I was part of the world's last big newspaper launch. I don't think another one is launched as big. We had about 150 journalists when we launched the National in 2008. I think I would say, what is it that you're trying to achieve if you want to launch a new title? The Guardian has a fantastic model where it's a trust. And so money becomes less of an issue. Whereas a lot of news organizations, they are launched so that they can generate revenue. And I think that's outdated.
It's funny
even though
how
I've done that myself.
It's funny how you see that in their approach to stories as well. When you go to the platforms that they are driven by like money making or something, it's bombarded by ads.
Yes.
While the other ones like the Gardens or that they are less dependent on that, less ads, yet they generate their own original content as well.
Yeah, I think it depends on what is your strategy and who's your target audience and what are you hoping to achieve. So, for instance, some people might say that my platform, This Is Dubai, is successful, but it maybe isn't popular. We only quote unquote gained 50,000 followers in our first year. Now, if we were more salacious, if we were a little bit reckless, if we were a little bit more clickbaity, would we have gained more? But then maybe the popularity would increase, but maybe we wouldn't be as successful. So it's one of those questions. It's like when you start your job, it's like, how am I going to be judged if I'm doing my job properly?
Yeah.
And in journalism, there's a lot of
subjectivity, right?
tricky, yeah.
You might think this story that I spent 3 weeks doing is fantastic, and you might think it's crap. What have you been doing for 3 weeks, right? So a place like the New York Times, they probably have, they have 1,500 journalists in their New York newsroom. They are probably thinking, we need a team of people who are going to file 4 stories a year, and then we need a team of people who are going to file 4 stories a week, right? The 4 stories a year, those will bring us Pulitzer Prize nominations. And these ones that are 4 stories a week, they're going to bring us page views and a lot of maybe clickbait or a lot of traction. So if you're big enough, you want a combination of the two. And that way, the editor-in-chief of the New York Times can look back and say, oh, we're successful. We offer this and we offer this. But I think the KPI conversation is one that isn't talked about enough. And I think that you also have to recognize that after a year of doing your job, maybe the KPI should change a little bit, right? Maybe we've become, like we all know that we start a job, but then after a year or two, it may shift and it may become something very different from what we were hired to do. You have to have the awareness to sort of shift gears a little bit. And so I think it would depend on your question. If you were to launch something new today, what is it that you would want to, you'd have to ask yourself, well, what am I trying to change the narrative? Or am I trying to prove that you can be actually old school journalism and make money? Which I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah. Change the narrative is probably it. You have it, again, it's a brand, a new brand.
Yes.
I guess the hook is coming from off the stage. Michael, thank you so much.
But I was just getting warmed up.
I know, me too. I didn't even bring up Ted Turner yet. That was coming next. Next time. Please come back on the show.
I would love to.
We definitely have to, because it's interesting to see where is this going as well.
And to be honest, I wouldn't even need you guys next time.
Oh, okay. No.
We'll be on vacation. Next week's
Come
go.
for Eid next week then.
You've been listening to Crossroads on Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University, Dubai. Find us on Apple, Amazon, Spotify, and all those places. Thank you again, Michael. Thank you, Dima.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much, Michael.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.